Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning. Welcome to Bassmaster Live, and this is it, Championship Sunday at the Whataburger. Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake, right dead center of our schedule for 2023 for the Bassmaster Elite Series. We started with 104 of our regular performers. We cut the field to 50 after 2 days, and now we are down to our top 10. 10 anglers only out here on Lay Lake today. One of them will hold that vaunted blue trophy and Elite Series championship at the end of today. Let's take a look at our unofficial leader. Well, this is our official leaderboard. After, no, this is unofficial because we have had a fish catch today, I understand. Okay, but Brandon Paulnick starts the day with a 2-pound lead over Jason Christie. Will Davis started the day in third place. Matt Herron, Brandon Cobb, Patrick Walters, Seth Fider, Justin Hamner, Jay Shakir, last year's Rookie of the Year, and Brian New. But basically, of course, you've got to look at that leaderboard before they got underway today and say to yourself, well, it's starting out to be a three-person race. The top three to start this day were 5 pounds clear of the rest of the field. So we will certainly keep our eyes, but we'll be in the boat with each and every one of our top 10 today. Great to have you with us here. We're coming to you from the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here with the Hall of Famer, Classic champ, 2-time Angler of the Year, Davey Hyde. Ronnie Moore is with us as well. Mike Sukon joins us also a little bit here, so we're ready to go on this day, and you have to look at it as a three-man race, but even those three, we got so many different configurations that it could fall into even early on and through the day. And Brandon Paulnick, hey, it's on him. He has been the performer. He has been the man.
He absolutely has. All week he's been the one to top of the leaderboard at the end of the day, but he's the only one in our top 10 that has caught less fish each and every day. So you got to think about that just a little bit. He stayed in one area. These other anglers, the top 10, have been moving around a lot on Lay Lake, but he's in that one area. He's probably going to stay with it all day today. I talked with him last night. He said, I might move around a little bit, but I just really think if I'm going to win this event, I'm going to stay right there in that creek.
Absolutely. And we don't discount these other guys below the top three, Ronnie. We saw how our second place angler, Justin Christie, got where he is today from way outside the top 10. A giant, the biggest fish on the tour this year.
Yeah, it's kind of been an up and down week for Jason Christie. Started the weekend in fourth place, went down to 17th after a tough day two, jumped all the way back up to second place because he caught an unofficial 7-pounder that turned into a 9-pound 4-ouncer at the weigh-in, the biggest bass of the tournament by 3 pounds plus, and the biggest bass of the season. He had 23 pounds yesterday, Tommy. I would say anything's possible because you could struggle today if you're the leaders and you don't catch 10 pounds, and it opens the door for those guys, or they go and do their job twice over and catch over 20-something pounds like Jason Christie did.
Now, don't forget our local Will Davis, the local who is so well decorated here, and so much pressure on him also, but he seems to stand up to it quite well. All right, our over and under today is not an over and under. It's going to be an either or, I guess we could say. So the over and under either or is Paulnick versus the field. Davey, who are you picking?
Well, you know, with Jason Christie and Will Davis, with so much history there on Lay Lake, it's hard not to take the field. I love Brandon Paulnick. It'd be great if he wins, but I'm going to have to take the field.
All right, taking the field. Ronnie?
I don't want to be pessimistic either, but I'll be optimistic for the other 9 guys. I'm taking the field as well. I would be very, very, very impressed, even though we know what lives in Beeswax Creek, if it held up in mid-May, for all 4 days of this tournament.
I got to be the contrarian. Hard. I got to take Paulnick. I mean, he's calling himself the clueless leader the first 2 days, but the very best of the best, they aren't clueless for long. They start putting together clues, and he has put together plenty of them over the course of 3 days of fishing. Let's take a look at our playing field. So much Bassmaster history here at Lay Lake on the Coosa River as it comes down from northern Alabama. This is about the middle of the chain of 7 lakes here, and 12,000 acres, Davey, a tenth of the size of the place we were last time at Sandy Cooper.
Yeah, that's the one thing that jumps out at you when you look at the Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. It's only 12,000 acres, very small for Elite Series playing field. But the good thing about Lay Lake, and we've seen it all this week, that anglers are fishing from one dam to the other, the entire stretch, which is a little over 45 miles of Lay Lake. So it's really fishing a lot bigger than it appears. As you see the bigger creeks down on the lower end, and then you work your way up, and Beeswax Creek is always a big player. We've seen Brandon Paulnick there. But then go all the way up on the upper end, Logan Martin Dam, we've seen a lot of people there, including Will Davis Jr.
All right. Well, once again, this is a Championship Sunday here. If you're just joining us, our leader is Brandon Paulnick. He has been the leader each and every day. And he's trying to go wire to wire at this one, as he's done twice already in his career, to pick up victories. But here's some of the scenes from early on in this tournament here, and he was just strong from the very beginning. He didn't start each day really like a jackrabbit, but boy, he has put together the puzzle each and every day.
Yeah, Brandon said, you know, like you said, you never hear a leader. Very seldom you hear a leader say, I'm clueless, but I think he's really telling the truth. He had marked some fish up on the bed. This is the ones yesterday that really made him have the good culls that he needed, but he had some bedding fish in there the first day, and he caught most of those fish, and he thought, well, the rest of the time in this event, if I can just hang on and have a good finish, gain some classic points and that sort of thing, it'll be a great event. But he's been able to learn more and more about this area. A lot of these anglers have said this place is fishing almost like a tidal river because of the way they fluctuate the water here. Brandon Paulnick has been able to catch fish with the water up, catching those fish shallow up in that vegetation, and then really using his 360 to find those hard spots out off the bank where those bluegill are spawning, where those fish have been moving to. Brandon Paulnick's just done a real good job learning Beeswax Creek more and more each and every day.
6 Bassmaster victories for Brandon Paulnick, 8 Bassmaster victories for this man right here, Jason Christie, and look at the size of that one. The biggest fish of the year, 9 pounds and 4 ounces. The pro from Oklahoma, my goodness. Wow, that is, who would have thought it would have come from Lay Lake? But we know that they live here.
Seen a lot of great things from Jason Christie. I mean, he's a former world champion. I mean, he is one of the best fishermen on the planet, no doubt about it. But I don't think anyone saw a 9-pound, 4-ounce fish coming to the scales yesterday.
I don't think you could draw it up any better than that, especially for the top 2 in our event right there. That's Will Davis right there. If you hadn't had a look at him, he is very, very strong here at Lay Lake. He has that local knowledge that is so important everywhere, and he has been overcoming the obstacles that locals face in most places like this. He is keeping it fresh and keeping a good outlook going all week long.
2 guys in our top 10, Tommy, that call the Coosa River home. Will Davis in 3rd, Matt Herron in 4th. Matt Herron calls Neely Henry, 2 lakes up from where we are here this week, home. Will Davis calls Lay Lake home. Justin Hamner's from just a little bit over in Tuscaloosa, but we got 3 Alabama anglers surviving on Championship Sunday.
And that says a lot. Boy, I tell you what, it's tough top 10 out here today. What did Paulnick have to say as he got underway this morning?
All right, here we go. It's officially day number 4. We officially have the lead. I mean, these are the moments we live for, right? Having an opportunity to win another blue trophy. They are so rare and they're so special that, gosh, I get choked up talking about it. You just got to take advantage of them when you can. But I know that if I win this week, it's just going to happen, and it's going to be so unexpected. This entire week, making the top 4 or the top 10, leading this event has been unexpected. So if we can pull it off again, it's going to be mind-blowing. Everyone's special for its own reason.
Absolutely. He's a reigning Angler of the Year, won that back in 2017. As you mentioned, Davey, his nearest competitor, Jason Christie, is a world champion, former classic champion. You couldn't draw it up any better than that.
You really couldn't. And Brandon Paulnick fishing so close. Normally when you hear those anglers talk just before takeoff, they run about 70 miles an hour for 10, 20, 30 miles. But Brandon Paulnick has probably only used about 5 gallons of gas all week.
Will Davis.
Good quick start here for Will Davis. He's had a slower start the last 2 mornings. The first day he got going pretty quickly, but it's been a little slower for him. Most of his fish coming in the afternoon on Friday and Saturday.
I would say, looking at the catch times and kind of the conditions we've been dealt, the easiest time there's nothing been really easy this week, but the easiest time of day to catch them is the morning. But the most influential and impactful time of day to catch them has been the last 2 hours of the afternoon. A guy like Matt Herron caught a 5-pounder yesterday afternoon to get in the top 10. Scott Canterbury narrowly missing the top 10 with a 4-pounder late in the day. Some of the bigger fish, that 7 came in the afternoon, or the 9-4 came in the afternoon.
Boy, you ain't liking me this morning, is it?
Posted at a 7.
Yeah, but hey, I don't blame him. He hasn't seen nothing that big all week.
Patrick Walters.
Number 1 on the float stick. That's funny.
Was that a Senko?
It's a Zoom fluke stick.
Or, yeah.
It's a stick bait. It's identical to a Senko. Oh, long boy.
Always good to get that first fish in the live well, even if you are in the top 10 and have had a great tournament. Getting that first fish in the boat is always a
Take
relief.
care of your fluke sticks right there. This old bulk bag.
Bulk bag.
There's 6 or 7 anglers today. Like we said, the top 3 are pulling away, but those other are really close together, within 2 pounds of each other, to jockey for 5 to 6 more points in Angler of the Year standings and classic positioning.
Patrick Walters has been super consistent, averaging right at 14 pounds a day, never more than a pound off of that. Jay Shakura, last year's Rookie of the Year, very impressive angler from Wisconsin.
He caught a lot of fish yesterday. Looks like he's back to the same thing today. He's weeding through a lot of spotted bass, trying to get to some bigger ones.
He too, Tommy, has been very consistent, right around that 13 to 14 pound mark every single
Yeah,
day.
but I'll get him over here.
Sorry, bro.
You're good.
Trying to give myself some room to go up there. I'll move it in a second.
Yeah, you're all good.
A lot bigger fish to start the morning for Jay.
Yes.
Yeah. Took long enough. Comma. 2. That's probably 2.5. Yeah, that's
He arrived out here last year ready to go and has not let up since then. He has been right there in our top 20 for points just about every month of the year for 2 years.
Yeah, you see a angler come out to the Elite Series and win Rookie of the Year.
finally got a
It's no
thick.
fluke. He's going to be in our top 10 for a long time.
New, hooked up.
We got that one. Choked it. He wasn't coming off either. We got that one. That horny toad didn't last long.
Went on a buzz bait with a 20-toed plastic trailer. Said that one didn't last long. You don't want them to last long out here on this final day, Championship Sunday.
As good as Cobb's catching them this year, I figured I'd just try to be like him. Throwing a greenfish tackle. Brandon Cobb, toad toter buzz bait. The greenfish tackle, Brandon Cobb all-purpose jig. And I'm throwing my jig on the arc rod, Brandon Cobb, little skipper. So, and it's working. Has for 3 days anyways.
Brandon Cobb has a new publicist.
He really does.
Show.
If you're just tuning in, you don't hear that a lot from one angler to the other. They're pretty competitive.
You'll hear a lot from Brian Noon. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, but
Brandon Cobb is in our top 10 today, and we will be seeing, no doubt, plenty of him during the course of 8 hours of fishing on Championship Sunday here to decide this very important title. Brandon Paulnick, Will Davis, Jason Christie. The order's shifted just a little bit amongst the top 3. They're still the ones to watch as far as distance from the rest of the field. Patrick Walters, we saw him put a fish in the boat. Jay Shakura with a little bit faster start this morning. Our 2 leaders to start the day still yet to be on the board. We'll be right back.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats. And by Bass Pro Shops.
Touch drift. Open your mouth. Yes, in the mouth. In the mouth, look at that. Oh gosh, that's such a good fish. Hey everyone, Brandon Paulnick here, and we have maintained the lead going into day number 4. Weighed 15.11 today and caught every single bass I weighed on the X-Zone Deception Worm on a drop shot. You guys might be tired of hearing that so far, but that just continually is a big key player for me. I mean, it is the key player. Pitching out of grass line, pitching holes, beds, cruisers, brim beds. In the mouth. This bait is getting the nod because it gets the most bites. It's allowed me to lead this event in a very popular area of Lay Lake, if not the most popular area, just by doing something a little bit different.
Absolutely. Great job this week by Brandon Paulnick, Bass Pro Shops Top Lures. Very appropriate at this point of the day. He is in that one spot, he said, my one area. He has almost left it one time. That's as close as he's got to leaving it. Everyone else trying their luck in different places, but Brandon Paulnick, given a very, very productive area, his history tells us that. But man, oh man, has he been resourceful. He's a bulldog. He's always tenacious. He just wants to get every last fish out of there.
Golly, come on. They're all over it. Look at all those dots right there. Oh, just eat it right there.
It looks like he might be in the same creek, but outside of that backwater part of that creek this morning.
So
we haven't
hot
seen
up on
him
it.
anywhere but behind the bridge.
He's on the east side of the 145 bridge.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have to passively guard the gateway today.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you would hope not.
Yes, well, yeah, that's a good point. It is a weekend and it's warm and beautiful today.
Looking at Brandon Cobb's
Paulnick.
mega view. Excuse me.
So
Yep.
close, but yet so
The
far.
other Brandon. Another Brandon.
We do have 4 of them in the Elite Series.
Yes.
They all catch them pretty good this year.
Brandon Paulnick's forward-facing sonar. Humminbird mega view.
Bridge back there.
He did say when I talked to him last night, he had a few brush piles he had found and might go to them today, but more than likely stay in the creek, Beeswax Creek, where he has been all week. But just spend a little time on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, this week's just been crazy. I mean, we haven't really, we've
doing
left
right now?
eyesight of the boat ramp, but all the fish that I have weighed have pretty much came within earshot of the boat ramp. And I've had to switch it up a little bit every day as far as how I'm catching them. But really the rod in hand is catching them at Deception Worm on a drop shot, and it doesn't matter where I throw it, if it's in a brush pile, a brim bed, a bass bed. It's like that has been the key bait this week in a highly popular area, and somehow we've been able to lead the event. So it's been a good week, very unexpected. There was definitely a school of bass in this little brush pile on this point here, but they all chased my jerkbait and never committed to it. And even if you can see them, doesn't always mean you can catch them. It's like they don't react at all to the drop shot or anything else much.
Brandon made a good point there. Just because you can see them doesn't mean you're going to catch them. All of these anglers have the latest and greatest technology, graphs, forward-facing, down imaging, side imaging. Every one of them have that. You just got to find those fish that you're able to get to trick them into biting your lure.
You can kind of swim out to it. I'm on this side of that pile.
See how flat and calm, not a breath of air out there today. And first day we started with full sunshine.
It sure is. It's a lot of clouds the first 2 days and then so much fog yesterday.
Maybe a little ammunition for later. I have just marked a fish from practice where I'd here piles and bait, and then like you can see the right there. There's nothing blown on them. It's like the shad are spawning on these little floating pieces of grass.
Calmer day lends itself more to using the forward-facing sonar because you can keep those transducers so steady and so still and really be able to focus in on these brush piles like Brandon Paulnick is doing.
You're talking about how many wins the top two guys have.
Like a great spot to catch a bass.
Brandon Paulnick's wins are so incredibly impressive. He's won an Open, which is a semi-pro level.
Great lure to eat.
Virginia. He's won elite events in South Carolina, New York, Texas, New York again,
let's double up again
Arkansas.
On this old spook spot here in a second.
Maybe trying to add Alabama to that.
2/4. It'll get better though. Shad is kind of still doing a little spawn. It's a little late in the morning for it, but we're still gonna run that deal for a little bit longer.
What was your strategy
Just go out here and fish like it was a Sylacauga Marine Sunday Trail tournament that we have down here every now and then. So that was my game plan, just come out here and just go fishing, you know.
Talked about the last 2 days. Jason Christie, pretty predictable. He's going to be swimming a jig, fishing this shoreline vegetation, and when that impressive stringer yesterday, 23 pounds, and anchoring it with a 9-pound, 4-ounce largemouth, I assume Will Davis Jr., Justin Hamner, and some of those other anglers are going to spend a little more time up around that shoreline grass after seeing what Jason Christie did yesterday. And he doesn't have to tell anyone that that's the way he caught them, but everyone knows what Jason Christie does. That's why it's so impressive that he does what he does. It's not a big secret what he's going to do when he goes to a lake this time of year with this vegetation available.
No secrets around him. Spotlight has been on him for a long, long time. Got our 3 Alabama anglers in the top 10, wheeled around Seth Fider there. Hamner, Heron, Davis. Seth Fider from Minnesota, himself a former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Thing. That is too pretty. Yes, sir. Bad boy. Bad boy. That's got to be carp.
Matt Heron mixing it up a little bit this morning
That's
also
Jason
when we had a
Christie's
camera with
sister.
him. Earlier in the week, he started up just behind the Logan Martin Dam.
Will Davis, what a rookie year he is having here today. And of course, the rookie competition is very stiff, especially in the past decade here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Will Davis on top there, a great record this year. The only blemish is one miscut Last outing at Santee Cooper. The rest of the time, he's been well within that cut line. David Gaston, another Alabama man, right behind him, and Bryant Smith of California, tucked into third place. Joey Cifuentes, who went ahead and won a tournament his first year out here at Seminole earlier this year. He's in fourth, and Canada's Cooper Gallant in fifth. And on down through the field. We got plenty more to come, just getting started on Lay Lake.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Jane Minar, and this is the Bassmaster Elite Forecast. We're looking at the weather for Lay Lake in Shelby County, Alabama for this weekend's tournament. And today, feeling especially warm and humid. Temperatures climbing into the high 80s. There will be a slight breeze, winds up to about 10 miles per hour. It'll be fairly humid, so do keep that in mind. Now, good luck to everyone out there. Don't forget you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Thanks so much, Jay Menard, and everyone at Fox Weather for keeping us updated on what is in our future for today. Weather-wise, always an important deal out here. We have gone from sort of spring right into summer type weather. Worried about fronts for the first four and post fronts through the first four events. Now we're into high temperatures and pop-up showers and thunder showers in the afternoon. It's very summer-like all of a sudden out here. That's kind of the way the calendar works, I guess. Davey High?
Certainly does in this part of Alabama. I think a lot of anglers didn't see the number of sight fish that would be caught in this tournament, didn't forecast that, thinking that everything was postponed. But Brandon Paulnick, one of the anglers that had certainly weighed in a number of fish that he caught off the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And even if they're not locked on the bed, how many fish have been caught visibly looking at them, like cruising or whatever? It has been a sight fishing deal, it seems.
You secured with one fish in the live well. It's a good one, 2.5 pounder.
Big spot.
Looks like another good one. Yesterday morning, he was catching a lot of fish, but they were pound and 1 or 2 ounces, but the 2.5 pounder to start with, like you mentioned, Tommy, and then this one looks like another solid spotted bass. Alabama spotted bass, certainly known to be good fighters. You can tell
absolutely.
Here.
The Coosa River sort of subspecies is one of the best known varieties of spotted bass. And there's another good example.
Wow.
Oh, I'm in my shadow.
A lot better start than yesterday. Probably not as many numbers as he had at this point yesterday.
Good spot.
But
I don't know how
the
big,
right
but
ones.
It's probably a 3, huh? Yeah, just call him 2 3/4. Nice, yeah. Been fishing, oh man, it's been terrible. I didn't even think I was gonna get that one to bite. There's a secret weapon this week. Little baby Z2.
Yesterday's first 5 fish weighed about 5 pounds, 12 ounces. Today's 2 fish are almost there.
Jay Secure from Stevens Point, Wisconsin, comes from a professional fishing family. His dad's a pro walleye angler. Not just any, he's a very successful pro walleye angler.
His uncle's top of the leaderboard, near the top in the Sturgeon Bay Open this week too.
Really?
It's a Shakurit fishing family.
Yeah, man.
Does that jig head look familiar to you, Davey Height?
A little bit. The moping, the gussy technique is what Jay Securic is doing, using his forward-facing sonar. Very subtle way to get those fish to bite, whether they're smallmouth or spotted bass.
Technique that won the Classic this year, the World Championship on Tennessee River at Knoxville. Jason Christie still looking for his first keeper today. finds himself down in third place after starting a close second, 2 pounds behind Brandon Paulnick, who's trying to go wire to wire. Paulnick also looking for his first keeper of the day.
Brim bed just starting to show up where that little waypoint is.
He looks like he's moved back on the back side of the bridge where he's caught all the fish he's weighed in now. Made a little move.
You can see that little yellow dot on his Mega 360 there, Davey. That's a previous waypoint he's got.
Yep.
He's lining the boat. You see the boat all the way at the bottom. It's not directly in the center of that circle that we're seeing, but overall it's in the middle of the circle.
Mega 360, Humminbird Mega 360 is like underwater radar.
So still and calm.
Been a big key for him this week. It's being able to locate targets outside of that shoreline vegetation that he said that in official practice, the other anglers that he saw in there, most all of them were just fishing the obvious, shoreline vegetation and, just spend a little time back there and then out of that creek trying to cover so much
Kind of looks
water
like
in a practice
almost
day.
right under the waypoint. Like there's some bass cruising around there a little bit. Come on, fish.
Hope these fish replenish for Brandon. You would think around those brim beds this time of the year there'd be more and more fish coming around them. But talking to Brandon Cobb last night, he said that he loves to fish around the bluegill beds this time of the year. It's one of the favorite things for him to do. But he said it was incredible how many brim beds he had found with no bass around them. And typically when you find a nice brim bed, there will be some good bass lurking around close by.
In those two top boxes, fellows who got their start, their entree into the Bassmaster Elite Series by winning the Bass Nation Championship. Will Davis, Brandon Paulnick back in 2010, Will Davis last year, 2022, right here in the state of Alabama.
And a very good feeder system for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Oh boy, it has been powerful.
With expanded options coming up for next year with the ability to fish, you don't necessarily have to fish a club all year long to be able to do that. There will be multiple Bassmaster regionals that you can go and attend. And as long as you're a Bassmaster, Bass Nation member, you can compete and have an extra way to qualify for the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic.
Interesting. Opens it up a little bit. Over to Seth Fider.
You ready for an update? All right, morning of day 4. Haven't had a bite yet. Just kind of easing around, seeing if we can get on a hot stretch and then exploit it. But every day's been different this week. I've not been able to consistently catch them anywhere. So we're just gonna keep her moving until we get a bite or two, and then we'll slow her down. Every day I've been able to find a hot stretch or two, and then, kind of make the most of those couple little places. And yeah, hopefully we can find a couple today. I think my bite's going to be over fairly quick today. First couple days I got till noon. Yesterday it was 10:30, and this morning's definitely the hottest, most blazing sun morning we've had. So I'm not really expecting it to. I mean, it might already be over. I don't know. So we're just gonna keep grinding, and hopefully we can put some fish in the boat.
Seth had an early good one yesterday.
Yeah, most of his fish coming on a swim jig and a spinnerbait.
I think we definitely got to go down that Gus stretch again. It's the only place where I've seen any sign of life. There was gar on that last one, but yeah, this ain't really the right bank. I think I'm gonna go hit that one little stretch right down there. I don't know why, because we're here. It's a real short stretch. It don't take long. hit that, then maybe do the juice stretch from day one and then double back on Gus's. I don't know.
Seth Fighter and all the rest of our 10 having to approach each day as a kind of a separate tournament. Put together the puzzle as you go along through the early morning hours, and hopefully by the time you get that good bite at the end of the day, you've got something to build on. Brandon Paulnick, though, looking for his first keeper, but hanging on to that lead. Will Davis, on the strength of one fish, has moved into second from third place, and in second place, Jason Christie to start down into third. Jay Shakurin, maybe the best start of all so far today. We've seen Patrick Walters put one in the boat as well. Plenty more to come from Championship Sunday. We'll be right back. Week 5 of the 2023 USFL season continues later today as the Memphis Showboats take on the New Orleans Breakers at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Big clash coming up there this afternoon over on Fox. Meanwhile, right here, we are looking at Championship Sunday. 10 anglers have survived to this day out of our original 104 starters here in Alabama on storied Lay Lake. And perhaps the most storied place on Lay Lake is this feeder creek right here known as Beeswax Creek. The 2010 Classic was won. And our leader has been here each and every day. There he is, Brandon Paulnick, trying to go wire to wire, hooked up.
Stay on there. Please stay on there.
Started off with a few small fish yesterday morning, but this is not a small one. Get a good start for him if he gets it in the boat.
Come on. Come on. Come here. Come here. That's a good first bite right there. Yes! That is not a giant, but that's in the right caliber. Yes. Okay, they do reload. I knew I could see those little white dots on my 360. It almost looks like it's pre-spawn, or it's just been sucking on the bluegills, huh? Whew, I'm shaking. When I set the hook and could tell it wasn't a 1 pounder, I started shaking. I didn't know how big it was going to be. It was a 2.5 pounder. Make that our smallest one today, huh? Okay, excuse me, sir.
Much better start than the last 2 days. First day he got off to a real good start and had most of his weight by about 10:30.
Yes.
A lot better start for Brandon than yesterday, for sure. Start with a 3.5 pounder on Championship Sunday. What you want?
Really wants this victory. You can tell he got a little emotional about it this morning right before the takeoff. He is keyed up for this one. Hasn't won since 2020. That's a long time for him.
For him, you're exactly right. And it just shows how much these anglers appreciate having a chance to win a blue trophy, and they know how, no matter how great a career you have, he certainly had one of the best. The opportunity does not come around every day.
Not a big one.
Talk about one of the best years ever. That's that man right there, Brandon Cobb, so far in 23.
The wacky worm strikes again, though. He's one-eyed, that's why I called him. 12.5 inches, 12 ouncer.
Good of Brandon take time to wet that measuring board to help protect the slime on the fish.
Yeah, and instead of flipping it one way or another to get to measure, if you maybe put
just wet it and leave it one direction.
That's why I hadn't been throwing the wacky worm much, because it gets a lot of these. Probably shouldn't put this on him, it might kill him. No, look at it. Good, buddy?
Those little ones throw your worm off every time.
Well, we call Bassmaster Live the Brandon Cobb Show this year. He's been with us
10
so
days.
much because he has overachieved so often. I mean, take a look at this 2023 season for Brandon Cobb and our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points race. Big lead over Drew Cook, 4th. Last week at Santee Cooper, he had a 6th the week before that at Lake Murray, 8th place at the Classic, 20th at Lake Seminole, his only blemish. He way up, ballooning up to 20th place and started out with a 3rd place at Lake Okeechobee. That is a season you do not see the likes of very often.
Yeah, in our sport, to a possible 500 points for him to have 487 points. A little over 500 points he could possibly have, but obviously a great, great start for Brandon Cobb.
Our other Brandon in the top 10 here, of course, well known for his 2 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles. Notched the first one back in 2017. Did it again last year in 2022.
Certainly not an easy accomplishment. Brandon Paulnick, one of the best in the business, showed that by winning Angler of the Year this past year. And our season starts down south, typically the largemouth, and then move up to the north, finish it up in New York this year. Largemouth, smallmouth, Alabama, Coosa River spotted bass that they're having to fish for here. It just shows what great diversity Brandon Paulnick has.
Been out here, as we mentioned, since 2011, considered one of the veterans, one of the aged veterans out here.
Yes.
Still a very young man with so many more productive years ahead of him.
And early in his career, Davey, he was a do or die angler. He was 90th or in the top 5 having a shot to win. It was kind of an all or nothing for him. And then he started to develop that consistency. We've seen him win 2 Angler of the Year since then. And honestly, if he's not inside the top 20, we're wondering, did Brandon Paulnick actually fish in this event? Because he's been that good the last few years.
Yeah, and he and his family, they're committed to the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. I was at Santee Cooper 2 days after the final day of the event, and he was just leaving. I mean, he goes from one event to the other and just really totally commits his life. A lot of these anglers rush back home right after an event, but he just goes from one event to the other, does some fishing in other locations in between. Totally committed to be the best angler he can be.
And Brandon said he
full breach.
He's won the Bass
Shark
Nation
Week
Championship. He's won Elite Series events. He's won Angler of the Year. He won a Bassmaster Open in 2021 at the James River. That meant a lot to him because he's now won at the Grassroots Nation level, the semi-pro level at the Opens, and then Elite Series titles in AOI. The only thing really eluding him that he could possibly win would be a Bassmaster Classic. He can't go back to college or high school and beat up on those kids, even though, wouldn't take long possibly.
Slide up to this next brim bed.
Brandon Paulnick focusing on the brim bed this morning. He mentioned I could see the little white specks on my 360, and that's inside those little brim beds. You can actually see whether it's active or not, and that's definitely the ones you want to fish around, and much more likely for bass to be around.
It's been slow, but it's kind of been slow every morning for me. The whole week's just been slow. I just end up picking them off here and there, and having our first bite be a 2.5 pounder is a pretty good start for me, because that's at least one that I don't mind weighing in if I have some fish over 3 to go with it. I think I still weighed in 1 or 2 yesterday that were smaller than that. We're gonna have to get those. The key for me all week has been being able to get, the first day I had, one pushing 4 and one over, or that was almost 6. And then being able to catch a 5 something on day 2. And yesterday I had a 4 pounder, I had a 3.89, I had another, I think one really close to 3, and some small 2-pounders. It's like those 4+ pound bites are the keys to get you to that 15+, I feel like. Because it's not enough just 3-pounders swimming around for me to just say I'm gonna have 15 pounds, 5 3-pounders. Just know for me it's not gonna happen. The 3-pounder is my smallest. I'm probably gonna have, you know, a much bigger bag than 15 pounds.
With 6 wins, Paulnick is tied 5th among active leaders in victories with Greg Hackney. He's 35 years old, and Jason Christie is 3rd with 8 wins, tied with Iconelli.
Off this spot.
One set up somewhere, and that's why I try to not leave anything. You know, I want to throw at every single thing, and the only reason I'm kind of going quick through this little stretch right there is I've not had a single bite on this side. I started on this side because I wanted the sun to get a little bit higher where I could see.
Christie turns 50 this year. Paulnick's 35, and he's closing in on him.
I will say, for folks reference-wise, Jason Christie's been just as successful. He's almost had two separate careers. He had a career at the FLW Tour where he won just as many events and just as much money, it seems, and then he came here and was just as dominant, if not more so, the last few years.
Brandon Paulnick on the board now. Considers that a good sign. He's mentioned that 15-pound mark more than one time during the course of this tournament. He knows that he can average 15 a day. He'll be in position. He's not saying I'll win with that, but boy, I've got to get there each and every day in order to have a chance to win my 7th Bassmaster trophy here. And multiple Elite Series trophies, of course, in his possession as it stands right now. Will Davis got one in the box, and Jason Christie, 3rd place, still looking for his first keeper of the day. More to come on Championship Sunday.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Tournament right dead center of the season for 2023. The Bassmaster Elite Series is this one, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake in Shelby County, Alabama. Storied river here, the Coosa River. So much Bassmaster history on this place and Bassmaster Classic history right here on Lay Lake. It has been a famous playing field for many, many years out here, and so it is this week as well. Got a big day going out there, Ronnie Moore.
Yeah, Tommy Sanders, the top 10 this week is just a star-studded lineup of the who's who of the state of Alabama, of the Elite Series in general. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and one of our competitors today is our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Cobb. We've talked about it over and over again, what a great season it's been, but to kind of break it down in a visual aspect and to kind of, I guess, showcase it even more so than we have been. 104 pros occupy the Bassmaster Elite Series, and it's the toughest 104 pros that you could possibly deal with. So for Brandon Cobb, through the first 5 Elite Series events plus the Bassmaster Classic, that's not a points event, but that is the World Championship in the sport of fishing. Brandon Cobb's resume through the first 6 events this season, absolutely unprecedented. One of the best, if not the best, starts to a season ever. 3rd place at Lake Okeechobee, had a 32-pound, 15-ounce bag. He was the guy who held the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the season until Jason Christie broke it yesterday. We go to Seminole. He gets a 20th place finish the next week, back-to-back to start the season. So he was in contention for Angler of the Year, but not in the top spot. After the Bassmaster Classic, the top 55 anglers in the world fish in that. He got 8th place in that event, which was very do-or-die event day to day. He survived that in another top 10 there. Go to Lake Murray and Santee Cooper, 2 stops in South Carolina, where he is from. You want to protect your home field if you want to have a memorable season. He did so 6th at Lake Murray, 4th at Santee Cooper, and now currently sitting in 5th place coming into the day at Lay Lake. That is 5 top 10s to start the season. We still have 4 more elite events. To put it in perspective, 4 of those top 10s are in elite events. We've had some of the best seasons ever recorded with 5 top 12s. Gerald Swindle had 6 top 12s in 2016. He's on pace. If he can maybe have a good Sabine River and maybe steal a top 10 out of the Northern Swing, he's on pace for one of the best seasons of all time. Then that leads us to the top 10, the talented top 10, I'm going to call them, because these are accolades from these 10 individuals, some of them 10 years into their career, some of them 2 years into their career. How many accolades these guys have? There's 17 Elite Series wins amongst these 10, 6 Opens victories, 3 Angler of the Year titles, 1 Bassmaster Classic. We have 2 Bass Nation National Champions, Will Davis and Brandon Paulnick, 1 Rookie of the Year award, and $8.2 million in B.A.S.S career earnings. That's huge considering only 4 of these anglers are over the $1 million club. The fact that some of these other guys are right below that, $750,000 and change. We have a young lineup, we have some really wily veterans, and a lot of accolades to go around for our top 10. And Brandon Cobb, I guess you kind of start at the top of the list with him this year.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
Very great year for Brandon.
Yeah, this season's been pretty awesome. I honestly just Okeechobee I just happened to land in the right area. Just kind of that's all you can do down there is find a good area. But then after that, I've kind of just fished the way I like to, just fish shallow. I wacky worm a lot. I like doing that in the spawn and post spawn, and then buzz bait, frog, like just my style of fishing. That's what I love to do. That's what makes fishing fun to me, is doing that, and that's kind of what I've done all year. It's today's kind of slow so far, but all season I have pretty much every fish I've caught has been the way I like to fish. So I can fish offshore, but I prefer to fish the bank because that's the way I grew up fishing and like doing it. So it's been pretty fun, special year so far. Regardless of what happens, I won't forget this start.
Brandon Cobb's first year with the Bassmaster Elite. After a good career, FLW came out, won 2 times in a 3-tournament stretch. Lake Hartwell, Lake Fork in Texas, where he collected a Century Belt as well.
And Brandon's young. You think about his generation, a lot of those anglers are using forward-facing sonar a lot more than others, but he just really, he started fishing at a young age, started fishing tournaments at about 12 years old, and he has kind of the old school mentality about the way he likes to go fish and what he enjoys to do, fishing, power fishing, and obviously the wacky rig worm here. Brand new, hooked up again.
Push
another
that
buzz bait
just
fish.
a little longer. Might be the one I lost earlier. We got dose bass. Dose bass. I got your butt that time. I swear, I think that was the same fish. I mean, it was like the same cast. No? That other one was right up there. I don't know. I think I hit my waypoint later. I got another bass.
Brian caught a giant earlier this week. Just couldn't get any fish to go with it on that day. It was really a bit frustrating for him.
Decent size too, man.
Yeah, not terrible.
Third keeper for Jake. Secure it.
Caught it on crankbait?
Yeah.
Not as big as his first 2, but always good to get the third one in a live well.
1/4.
2 1/4?
Pound and a quarter. Yeah.
Saw him catch a lot of those that size yesterday.
One after the other for a while there.
Yeah. Mixing it up a little bit, throwing a crankbait. First time we've seen him do that.
Nice. Nah, he didn't miss much.
Two anglers with the most fish so far, Shakurit and New, started the furthest back. 10-3 back for Shakurit, and New was another 3 ounces back of him off the lead.
Yeah, Tommy mentioned how it really looked like a 3-horse race coming into Championship Sunday, but after seeing what Jason Christie did yesterday, you can't count anyone out.
No, I mean that's.
I mean, I did tell you guys Jay Shakurit was going to win this event from way back in the past.
I think I was the one that said that on day number 2, if you'll think back. I wasn't quite so sure of it this morning.
I think his biggest fish is about a 4-1, though. He has not found the big bites this week.
Yeah, he seems to be spending most of his time. We saw him lose that one real big fish. It was a largemouth along the shoreline on the bed, but 95% of his tournament this week has been offshore fishing
I don't know how big, but
the moping technique, the gussy technique, the classic champion technique. I don't know what you might want to call it at this point, but a lot of spotted bass for Jay Shakurit.
One thing, though, we were talking about this for fans just joining in maybe on this Mother's Day Sunday morning. Happy Mother's Day to all of the moms out there. But those who may not have joined us, there's a couple different techniques. You see Jason Christie in the bottom left, solely fishing for probably bigger, largemouth, up shallow. Jay Shakurit fishing offshore. Will Davis has been up by the dam. There's a lot of techniques, but Jay Shakurit's one who's going to get a lot more shots on goal. They might not be bigger, but you're going to get the safety of a limit, and then you can go dedicate your time elsewhere. Where guys like Jason Christie go out knowing, I might get 3 bites today, and it could turn into 6 bites, but that's the goal overall. And if I catch a 7-pounder or a 9-pounder, then I'm way ahead.
And that's just a mentality of the different fishermen. You know, some anglers want to work through the numbers and try to just work their way up and get to their goal. And other anglers, especially like a Jason Christie, is, hey, if I can get 6 bites with what I'm going to throw, then I'm going to have a chance to have 23 pounds.
My 6 bites are better than your 10 bites.
Yeah.
That's what some of these guys
That's the mentality. Sure.
The Will Davis in a creek that I have not seen him in this week. He's gone south of Beeswax, maybe for the first time, but he's running around checking out a bunch of spots.
I truly think that what Jason Christie did yesterday, weighing in that 9.4 and a total weight of 23 pounds, has all of these top 10 anglers thinking, wow, you know, the largemouth, a couple of those largemouth really make a big, big difference in your 5-fish limit.
You're absolutely right about that Jason Christie fish from yesterday. As soon as we say nobody's going to catch a 7-class fish, it's going to happen.
They didn't. They caught a 9.
They caught a 9.
You know what, Tommy? Then I don't want to see a 5-pounder the rest of the day. If that makes them catch them, then yeah, I dare you to. I dare you to.
All right, here's some Bassmaster trivia for you as we head to a break. What is the smallest lake the elites have ever fished? Remember, right here at Lay Lake, not very big, 12,000 acres at best on the Coosa River. What is the smallest, though? Could it be Neely Henry at 2 lakes up? Could it be Lay Lake, where we are? Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma, Jason Christie country, or Lake Travis down there in the Colorado River in Austin, Texas?
That's full field now.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Championship Sunday as the Bassmasters returns to here in the state of Alabama, where B.A.S.S. got its start. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake here. This is the final day. We're down to 10 anglers out there battling it out. Paulnick trying to win this thing wire to wire. And our trivia question we posed before we went away for a minute is, what is the smallest lake the elites have ever fished? Is it Neely Henry Lake? That's 2 lakes up. You're on the Coosa chain here at Lay Lake at 12,000 acres. Is it the smallest, or was it Lake Tenkiller over in Oklahoma, where close to where Jason Christie lives, or Lake Travis on the Colorado River, sort of long snake-like lake down there in Austin, Texas? So, Ronnie, I'll let you hit it.
I have to recuse myself. I helped Such make this one. We went through the numbers and stuff, so I'm going to let you and Davey toil
Okay,
in it.
well, good. It's a rare moment of complete transparency there.
I could have gotten it right, but I'm just going to let y'all tell the
Glad
truth
you
today.
did that, Ronnie. I was going to bust you out if you didn't.
So I'll go. I do have a little history on these lakes, especially Lay Lake. Everyone knows my swing and a miss there in a classic, but I had a victory on Neely Henry Lake. Very familiar with it. I'm going A, Neely Henry.
I'm going to say, why something sticks in my brain. It was like 10,000 acres for Tenkiller, but I could totally be making that up, but that's all I got. So I'll go with C, Lake Tenkiller. Oh, there it is.
You were so close.
Neely Henry.
Yeah.
10 killer.
Neely Henry.
Doesn't make sense for 10 killer to be 12.9, does it? It should be 10,000. But Lay Lake.
On the summer and winter drawdowns, it's 10,000 for sure. It's not the full 12.9.
Right. That's right. That's what I must.
That's when you were there, Tommy, during drawdown.
Well,
That's why
yeah,
you
it
know.
was. It was that crazy season. Here we go. First look at Justin Hamner today, and one of our Alabama anglers from Northport, Alabama. His home lake is smaller than any of those aforementioned lakes. It's Lake Tuscaloosa.
So Justin Hamner, a much slower start today, but he spent some time fishing shallow vegetation, trying to get a big largemouth in his live well. But this is what we saw him do a lot yesterday, and he caught a lot of fish doing it, throwing a jerk bait around these boat docks using forward-facing sonar.
Had the big day 2 with 17 pounds, 14 ounces.
Never know. They are acting kind of weird this morning. Number 1, and she's huge.
Justin Hamner in his third year out here with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
They're acting kind of weird because they hear that rattle in the jerkbait as it stops and pauses as he's jerking it by their head. He caught so many yesterday. They're well aware of probably what's happening.
It's an old spotted bass in the back of a creek, shallow pocket. That shows you how weird it is.
Justin talking about how different these spotted bass are. You do catch them back in a creek in pockets up in shallow vegetation. Most spotted bass in other parts of the country, you only see out on the main river or main lake like where Jason Keurig is catching and catching them well this morning.
Mm-hmm. Like he's got one. He's got his interest here.
Another good one for him.
Another good spot. God, are they healthy? Call that one a 2.5.
Jay had probably caught twice as many fish yesterday morning at this time, but he has 4 in his live well. 3 of them are the right ones.
Wow, did he pound it?
What kind of structures do you believe he's fishing there, Davey? What's down there?
It's this river channel ledge. It's off of a big flat, river channel ledge. Just probably a shell bar where those spots are hanging out, gorging themselves on shad. I've seen 2 different times this morning out of the 4 fish that he caught, shad coming out of their mouths.
Just came rocketing off the bottom. Boom.
And that's one thing about the 12,000 acres that Lay Lake spans, 50-something miles. Every single inch of it's playable. You know, like the river channel is pretty narrow, but the main lake, up the lake, backs of creeks, everything's played. So it kind of spread our field out. Fished a lot bigger than 12,000 acres. Yeah. We were wondering how that was going to play out for a 104-person field.
Better fish there for Justin Hamner. Pete Robbins on Bassmaster.com made a point the day before yesterday, I guess. He said, we talk about how small it is in comparison to where we were last time, but especially with like the front-facing sonar, there's been so much more of it opened up. I mean, it's just like, it's a lot bigger than it was 10 years ago in practical sense.
Yeah, it really is. We saw yesterday Patrick Walters and Justin Hamner out in the middle of these pockets just making random casts that you would never see someone doing that 10 years ago. Or very rarely would you see that.
Got 290 miles of shoreline. Lay Lake does. That's a good piece.
Justin Hamner now. A couple of fish caught. Back over to Brandon Paulnick, so he'll catch a good one about 30, 40 minutes ago. Certainly a big step toward his quest this week to go wire to wire and win this thing on Lay Lake. Still there.
Good look at the lake there. You see that another testament to how good this fishery is. Our 10 anglers spread out pretty evenly throughout the entire lake. See Brandon Paulnick's forward-facing sonar there, and he's hooked up.
Looks like he might be a keeper.
Looks like he's moved back out on the other side of the bridge, fishing a few of those brush piles.
110 action for the morning. Not a big one, but he will go. He will measure. He will measure.
I'm really surprised to see Brandon. This is twice we've seen him on the main lake side of that bridge in Beeswax Creek. I thought it might happen if he was having a slow day by about 1 o'clock today.
For both of us. Sorry, buddy.
He must have the feeling that he's really depleted the population back there.
Your Swedes, where we have a nice live well spa for you. You'll love it. You'll love it. Next to your brother right there. Okay. Well, sweet. Bad cast. Bad cast, bad cast.
Sure like to know what his thinking is about that, Davey, and what you're talking, what you just mentioned there about.
And I talked to him last night, and he was like, I might go out and fish, because I said, do you have anything else to go to? And he said, well, I've marked a lot of brush piles, but I probably won't go out there to those, because I think if I'm going to win this tournament, it's going to be back here. But I guess he's having second thoughts this morning.
Well, the best always are redoing the calculus all day long, giving themselves the best chance to get the job done. Brandon Paulnick seems to be doing that job pretty well so far. He's extended his lead to 4.5 pounds over Will Davis. In our first couple of hours of fishing this morning, about to bring this first couple of hours to an end here. Jay Shakurit, solid morning as well. Jason Christie, Brian New, Brandon Cobb, all the rest of them have really got to do something big here as we go on into Championship Sunday. Well, after a wild and heated race in Kansas, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Darlington. Throwback weekend at the Goodyear 400. See who will rise up and conquer the Lady in Black. The pre-race begins today at 1:30 Eastern, then engines fire at 3, all on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Davey Hyde, you're a South Carolina guy. You've been to Darlington, right?
Good old Darlington, South Carolina. I've been to a lot of races, NASCAR races through the years. I've never been to a race at Darlington. I'm ashamed to say that.
Oh my goodness, that's one of the wildest tracks there are, I think.
Yes.
Tommy, if they're putting their hands on each other at Kansas like we saw last week,
it was a little bit of a fight.
We gonna see some hands on each other, cars on each other, whatever at Darlington.
Who's going to win it, Ronnie?
I think Truex. I think at the beginning of the season, Truex
our
had
buddy
his
Zona always
issues.
plugs Martin Truex. I think this time
Well, he's been on the
he's
on the Kurt Busch train because Kurt's been,
well,
or Kyle. I mean Kyle Busch. Yeah, Kyle Busch.
I'm saying Denny Hamlin.
Denny? Okay.
Oh. Yeah.
Back to back.
It's all about momentum, isn't it?
Yeah,
Bass fishing in NASCAR.
Yeah.
Momentum.
I
Brandon
just want to see
Paulnick coming off a good tournament last time at Santee Cooper, and look at him today.
Reigning Angler of the Year. It's all about momentum.
I just want to see maybe Ross Chastain with the lead and see Noah Gragson right behind him. See what happens. I'll see what happens.
That's the kind of guy you are.
What do I got here?
Yeah, that line singing, that's a good fish. Hopefully it's a big spotted bass or a largemouth.
It's a decent one. Come here. Come here. There's a fat, healthy one full of treble hooks. How am I going to get a hold of you?
There's a good one.
Just like that. back so I don't end up with trebles in my face. Okay, now we're clear of that.
You have to follow your instincts, especially when you're on a roll.
You get them
like
hooked
Brandon
and they
Paulnick.
swimming sideways like that, they feel big.
We were just talking about surprising to see him on the main lake side of that bridge
They're
in Beeswax
healthy
Creek.
ones.
But
like all the ones we catch in this little section right here, so healthy.
Certainly made a right call.
Yeah. TH Marine Weather Watch real quickly
I'm not
for you
shaking
there.
on a 2-pounder.
High approaching 90 degrees. Partly sunny. Let's
Because it's Championship Sunday.
Winds 5 to 10.
And anything can happen on Championship Sunday. Thanks. I know, I was like, did I just like randomly catch a 4 or 5 pounder? Are you gonna get it? There's still more there. I'll go catch a limit off this one grass patch. It's just whether or not you can get one to fire.
Hear it again.
Jason Gary having a great morning.
Yeah, man.
The size has really gotten a lot better for him as the tournament has moved on. Really good fish here. Mark Zona not with us this week. I can't not think about him when I see the rod in Jay's hand.
Yes,
Zona's
that's
custom rod.
his
Lou's
custom
rod.
rod. Sure.
God, we are catching good ones today.
I bet he is.
That's a 2.5.
Most of those 2.5s, I think, are a little heavier than that. He's got him a good start with his 5th keeper in the live
You're
well.
good luck.
He's got 4 real good ones in there.
From 9th to 2nd place.
I think he's being conservative with those 2.5. Several of them were pushing 3.
Yeah, they're all thick.
Now, Brandon, his fish just came in as that last fish we just saw is 2 pounds, 1 ounce.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
And he just said, did I randomly catch a 4 or 5 pounder? Are you going to put it in as 2-1?
I don't know
Why
about
do they
that.
mess with us like that?
Well, our VMC.
We're watching. We know.
VMC red line on point, Davey. I think you called it.
Yeah, absolutely. VMC Redline on point is definitely Jay Secured. He is on point this morning, got it going on. One of the few anglers is fishing out on the main lake, the main river, catching primarily spotted bass. I think I saw him catch 1 largemouth yesterday, but this morning some beautiful Coosa River, Alabama spotted bass. Saw him catch 1 on a crankbait. Several have been on this moping technique. He's just using his forward-facing sonar. There's the crankbait fish he caught a little earlier. Probably the smallest fish too. Most of them have been on the spinning rod, a moping technique, just locating these fish with forward-facing sonar and keeping this bait right over the top of them. These spotted bass just can't resist this subtle technique. They get so much pressure at times. We've seen some schooling fish on the main river that several anglers said could not get them to bite. You know, nice 2.5 to 3.5 pounders. But Jay Secure, certainly VMC Redline on point on Championship Sunday morning.
Yeah. Like there's just tons of bait and bluegill and gar and just all kinds of stuff. It's a lot. I know there's a little tree right over there too. When you bite it? Little.
Good example of this lake fishing bigger now than it did 10 years ago, Tommy.
And there's a largemouth out of the same breath.
Just talked about.
So weird. We'll keep him for a little bit.
Out in the middle of a pocket. I think he's in Waxahachie Creek again this morning. Caught most of his fish there yesterday.
One of the lone survivors from the lower portion of the lake. We had Justin Atkins down there, just missed the cut. Patrick Walters has been down there as well a little bit, but Hamner's been
We'll put that in
better
for
than the rest.
5.5.
Surprised it hasn't
freaking
been a
out
bigger
back
player. I would say it's second most popular
we have
to
about like
beeswax
28 pounds.
as far as good producing creeks year round.
Show weigh in with about 7.5.
I think if it was the tournament was another week or two later, it would have been a much bigger with those post-spawn fish kind of getting in that timber. We've seen, you know, like Justin Atkins was fishing in some timber. They just probably are so much more scattered than they were. There'd be a lot more of those fish just on the timber line than there are now.
There are your top four as it stands right now. If you're just picking up with us, Brandon Paulnick has led every day of this tournament, trying to make it 4 days and a win. His 7th Bassmaster win.
Jason Christie, bottom left. Having a
Yeah,
much
it's
slower
been-
morning this morning, but you never
Well,
know
this
when
morning
he
we
might
pulled
catch
up,
people.
And nothing. Like, I had a few follows, whatever. And now, we've only caught in 5, but 4 of them have been, like, pretty big ones. I mean, not giants, but a lot bigger than average. And then I caught one, like, 1.25 pound fish on a crankbait. And now, I mean, we pretty much just need to call that one small one, and then after that, I'm gonna weigh them and see. I kind of just guesstimated on what we had or whatever, but it might be pretty hard to upgrade after we call that little one out. So it's been slow, but it's been better. I don't know, it's weird. There's fish busting in front of the boat. They're still very hard to get to bite. Seems like it takes the perfect... I might have nipped at it. Seems like it takes the perfect cast and the perfect presentation. But no, I'm very happy with the 4 we have. It's been fun.
It's just a good example of tournament fishing. It's a slower morning for Jay, but he's actually having a better day as far as the way the tournament lays out. You know, if you're recreational fishing, a lot of times you just want to catch numbers of fish and have fun, but it's so important to try to catch the 5 biggest fish that you can. Don't have to catch 25, just 5 of the right ones, like Jason Christie did yesterday.
Yeah, it's funny how at the end of the day, you'll have a guy who caught 7 bass all day long. 1 or 2 may have culled, may not have culled, and ends up being neck and neck with somebody who caught 35 bass in a day. And whatever the formula is to get there, Tommy.
Well, we are getting there. We're out of our first quarter of this game. If you look at this final championship Sunday as a game, into the second quarter now, and Jay Shakurat moving up into second place behind Brandon Paulnick. It's listed as unofficially a 4.25 pound deficit there. Maybe a little bit more than that. Brandon Paulnick may have more than what we have seen entered into our Bass Track list today. Will Davis, Jason Christie, the rest of them waiting for something to ignite today.
Will Davis Jr., Elite Series rookie. Finally made me a top 10. You know, it feels really good to be at my home lake and made the top 10. A few pounds out of first, but I think I can catch them tomorrow. This is a shaky fish, and this is a X-Swim minnow. This is Davis Bait Company makes this. What makes this bait so good is the bill material, and this X-Swim minnow, the softness of it, it makes that bait quiver. It's probably my go-to bait any time of year on Lay Lake.
Will Davis, Pro Shop's top lures. Will very serious about breaking that narrative of, a local can't win, at one of these big time Elite Series events. He's been doing his very best and working his tail off to try to get it done this week.
And you get stung on that sometimes. Davey knows it. He's defended home turf well and represented, but there's probably been times where he's felt like he dropped the ball, and you try to outsmart the lake, outsmart the competition, do things that you might not do in a normal one-day tournament and kind of get out of your zone. But some of these guys this week have said, I'm going to fish lay like 4 one-day tournaments so that I can adjust each day when it does change.
Brandon Paulnick, maybe a little ahead of schedule, judging the entire week.
Definitely ahead of where he was yesterday at this time.
Most surely.
As a keeper. Oh, you're gonna go to this side? Okay. Keep your mouth open. Keep your mouth open. I was gonna swing him, but I just don't want to do anything dumb today.
Solid keeper there for him. Number 4.
Not a giant, but not a bad one. Get close to another 2-pounder. Try to eat it head first and gotta.
What you were talking about, Ronnie, fishing
There was
each
more than
day
just
as a
that one
separate
chasing
tournament.
it,
That's
too.
definitely what Brandon Paulnick has done this week. We've not seen him out on this part of the creek or throwing a jerkbait all week.
No, what am I talking about? Almost a 2-pounder. It's like barely over 1.5 pounds. Losing my mind. I haven't given you one of those in a while. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. One of them's gonna be a big one. That one little piece of grass that's sticking out there is kind of in my way a little bit. I gotta get it behind it, but I gotta get it to loop around so that my line goes to the right of it. I didn't get it that time. So that my line goes to the right of it and goes right over that sweet spot. Chasing it again. Get it. Get it. Oh, my bait fouled. Dang it. They were all over it. There's quite a few of them there. We may just be moving that grass piece real quick. Slide on over there, grass, and pop. Thank you.
Doing his own landscaping here.
He definitely is.
He can do it all. That's Brandon, and he just said it, slow and steady. Sometimes that wins the race. Many times it wins the race.
Some days it's the big fish. Actually, probably most days it's the big fish that gets a power pole replay of the day. But this morning it's just slow and steady. Brandon Paulnick, our leader every single day of this tournament, and has been able to catch his fish really a different way every single day of this tournament. Some this morning on a jerkbait, which we have not seen him do. So just for his diversity and being able to adjust with the conditions he's dealt with each and every day, Brandon Paulnick, power pole replay of the day, and certainly so far replay of Championship Sunday.
And he has stretched out his lead, approaching 6 pounds unofficially, maybe even more than that for sure. But you have to feel someone's going to throw a little explosion his way at some point during the day.
Absolutely, absolutely. Will Davis Jr. having a little slower morning than start to the morning than we thought he might have, but we haven't heard all that we're going to hear from him. He's had a good afternoon up around the Logan Martin Dam every single day.
Grind a square bill through that.
I feel like because of that, he's just gambling this morning on some, trying to get an extra bonus fish or a bite that he hasn't unlocked yet.
So you'll see me change my angles with my rod because I'm trying to keep it up off the bottom just right. You twitch your rod tip up and get the bait to ride higher in the water column. Felt it. We can swing back to it. They were there yesterday. I saw them there yesterday. They're not going to go anywhere. I want it before I go through that stretch.
Brandon Cobbs.
I just want to let
the one on the bed.
Hooked up.
We can grab him just so we can make sure he doesn't fall off when we got him in the mouth. Come here, fish. You're not that big. Dude. Got him in the mouth.
Definitely a fish on the bed. You have to clarify that the fish
About
is
a 2-pounder.
hooked inside the mouth to be a legal catch. Said he caught pretty much all he weighed in yesterday.
It's better than one.
Yeah, okay. Real surprise to a lot of people.
He started to make those upgrades. He caught a few on a buzzbait early, and then we started to see that 4-pounder had the Texas rig in it, and some of them wacky rigs. So.
I told you I'd catch him on a shaky head.
Once that fog lifted and
he was slightly bigger
cleared,
than I thought.
He went to work more on those sight fish.
He's like a 2-3. The shaky head is the most deadly bed fishing bait there ever was invented.
Brandon's second fish of the day, second keeper. Good deal bigger than his first one.
Yeah, good solid fish there. The 2 to 3 pound class is what all these anglers are looking for. Jason Christie may be looking for a class above that, like a 9-pounder.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of these anglers very, very pleased. I guess coming into this event to catch 2.5, 3-pounders. He's hooked up again.
Biggin. He's probably a keeper, though, is the bad thing.
Probably is a keeper.
Yeah, close.
Oh, so close. Well, he's a keeper. Ish. He's too close. I'm not keeping him. He was like, kind of touched the line.
12 inches
really
long to be a legal keeper here.
If it wasn't top 10 day, I probably would have rode him for a while.
Line burners can burn you.
Absolutely. Every ounce counts this week, especially on Lay Lake, whether it's a 9.4 or a 9-ouncer.
Yes.
You know, we get close to that at the bottom end.
Absolutely, every ounce counts here on this lake.
Brandon Paulnick with 4 fish right now, looking good, very, very steady. Jay Shakira, his closest pursuer there, but still more than 5 pounds, almost 6 pounds back. But we have plenty more fishing time left on Championship Sunday at Lay Lake.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, middle part of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series here in Shelby County, Alabama. Very important tournament. in the 2023 edition of the Elite Series, and a very, very important playing field we have here. First time the Elites have been here, but they have staged 4 World Championships, Bassmaster Classics. It's hot out there today, but back in 1996, you were fishing out there. It was plenty hot. It was in August, right?
Yeah, August on Lay Lake, way back in 1996. Oh, it was very hot and humid, a lot hotter than there today. And George Cochran was the hot man in that final day, and
but just a pound ahead of Davey Hyde.
Just a pound is all it takes. So
Yeah,
nobody remembers who finished second, but me.
Unless it's your buddy and you rag on him about it. But then
Jay Ellis, his win back in 2002, started the final day with a 10-pound lead, lost it, and came back and won it by a fine margin. Also some action from 2007. We had a Bassmaster Classic here a little earlier in the year than it might be nowadays.
another Bass Nation guy in the top 10 at Lay Lake there, Terry McWilliams.
Oh, yes, yeah,
Ike
absolutely. Yeah, he was a difference
Great.
maker there.
Beeswax
another
winning
nation
2010.
Iconelli there, for sure.
Beeswax Creek.
Kevin Van Dam, he didn't lead all 3 days in that one.
I don't think so.
No, he trailed Jeff Creed on the final day by like 2 ounces. Faircloth was, the 3 guys were within 3 ounces, I
I
think.
looked them all up on wire-to-wire classic wins because Jeff Gustafson, our champion this year, did so. He was just the 10th angler in the 53 years of the Bassmaster Classic to lead all 3 days.
Wow.
What are you? First guy ever to have the big fish every single day of a classic. Jay Ellis was.
Jay Ellis, yeah.
School something.
Would you say, Tommy, Justin Hamner, who's in our top 10 this week, his role model and idol in the Fishing World wrote an essay or something
had to
about
do an
it?
essay in junior high about role models, and he picked Jay Ellis.
That's awesome.
And now here he is in the top 10.
And he got to fish against him for a few years until Jay retired last year.
Sure did.
So about how old was Justin Hamner when Jay won the Classic in 02 here at Lay Lake?
Hamner's
5?
He's not.
6?
He's 32 now.
Yeah, he's
32?
Yeah, so he's like 91, I think. So he'd have been
10-year-old,
11.
so.
Yeah.
11.
That'd have probably been his first Bassmaster Classic in Alabama when he's of age. You know, he might have been, 6 or 7 in the 96 one. And
yeah.
Well, I saw her yesterday, and I threw a frog by her, threw the old pad crasher, and she didn't know I was there, obviously, and I knew not to throw over the top of her because I didn't want to spook her, so I gave her like 3 foot, and she didn't move. So the next cast, I went right over the top of her, and once the frog went by, she just eased off, and she eased off into a hole of the pads, and I picked up a 5-inch Yum Dinger, wacky rigged, knowing that my chances weren't good if I did get her to bite, and I threw it out there and just gave it the old shake, and I mean, she ate it, and it was pretty fun. Actually, it wasn't much fun trying to get her in. It just, it was a rodeo. It was one of those deals that if it happens 10 times, I probably lose her 8 of the times. But that time I got her in, so, and I did not think she was that big. I thought she was, when I saw her, I thought she was 4 or 5 pounds. And, but I know it was the same fish, because right before that I threw at one that I thought was 2 and ended up being 4. So there's just something about this bottom in here. They look, they're bigger than they look. So yeah, it was good. It was good. It was really, really needed for me. I mean, not just, I won the tournament yesterday for me. I mean, I had a poor start to the year, and yesterday's one of those days in the top 50, you kind of feel comfortable because you're like, oh, I made it. Well, you can still lose, 50 points. I mean, even though you make it to the top 50, you have a bad day, and you finish middle of the pack. So, you know, I needed a good finish to make up for my Florida swing. You know, today I'm just fishing on borrowed money. I mean, I'm in an area where I think if I get if I get bites, I can win or have a chance to win. But if I don't get the bites, then I don't get the bites. But I'm not going anywhere else. I mean, I know that I caught big ones in here, and I stay in here the whole area. It's not just, and that's there's a lot to fish, and you just got to keep your frog wet and hope you get the bites, because there's typically in pads, there's a zone, you know, there's an area where based on current or based on depth or something where they live. It's not like that in here. You just have to fish, and you know, in practice it was all about the brim beds, you know, mixed in with these pads. But the water fell, the moon's gone away, and even though there's brim still around, they're not as easy. You know, they're spread out, and it's just not going like it was. But there's a lot of fish in here. I see them, you know, move and stuff with my frog comes by. I see them swimming when I get in an area where I can see. They're just not wanting to bite. They're real, like, picky, and most river systems are. There'll be a time, and I know that the closer we get to, you know, that afternoon, the better. And it's not going to get great. That's the scary thing. It's not going to be like, oh, it's 1 o'clock, they're going to start just eating. That's not the case. But they do get more active, and they kind of tend to show themselves a little bit around that time.
Well, that one caused a stir at the weigh-in, to say the least, understandably so. 9 pounds and 4 ounces, the biggest fish caught all season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We're talking through Okeechobee, Seminole, Murray, Santee Cooper, all these big bass legendary spots, and we get it here at Little Lay Lake. How about that? Yeah. Very, very good stuff. Yeah, that was a BFA for sure.
Absolutely. It surprised everyone, including myself, watching the weigh-in. It's absolutely incredible to see a 9-4.
Davey, talking about Jason Christie, he's talking about river fishing and river fisheries could be tough, and they're kind of cyclical. Times a day can change, and it's kind of just an adjustment per day. He's got a couple wins on river fisheries. Obviously, we know most lakes are connected by river systems, but that doesn't mean they fish that way. Winning on the Sabine River in 2021, winning on Lake Dardanelle, which is on the Arkansas River. Lake Dardanelle, it's lake by name, but acts like a river. We were talking about time of day, and when you see some of these big fish, especially with 104 anglers on the first 2 days, or 50 yesterday on semifinal Saturday, compared to just 10 today, you'll see a lot more big fish show up in the mornings. Some guys have a planned sight fishing. They run to a fish they specifically know is a certain size, and they try to catch it then. But other than that, we've seen a couple decent ones on swim jigs. The big numbers time has been in the morning. We've seen Jay Shakura, some of these guys catch a lot of fish, but the afternoon has been the X factor for big fish, and these are just a couple examples. Yesterday, just missing out on the top 10, Scott Canterbury, one of the local anglers to the Coosa River, a 4.5 pounder at 207. That's what that red circle down at the bottom is for on his bass track. Matt Herron made our top 10, started the day in 4th place today, a 5 pounder at 214. You look at that, that's just 7 minutes apart with 2 of the biggest fish in the afternoon for 2 guys who know this body of water. They were in the right place at the right time. Then we look at the big fish overall. Day 1, 514 for Brandon Paulnick. He knew that was a sight fish. He knew that it was in the region. He went there in the morning and caught it. But other than that, Cliff Prince, a 6'4" at 255 on day 2, right at the end of the day, one of the last casts of the day before coming in. And then Jason Christie, 133 yesterday afternoon. So a 9'4", a 6'4", a 5, a 4.5, and plenty of other game changers for these guys to get into the cut today have all been caught from 1 o'clock on. So if you tune in this morning on FS1 and it's a little bit slower, these guys are figuring it out, there will be some key crucial moments late on Championship Sunday that'll really decide who's going to win and finish out the podium this week.
Well, we have got a lot to go right now, though. Let's take a look unofficial scores right now. Brandon Paulnick, as he says, slow and steady. He is getting the job done so far, but there's a lot of fishing time left today. Brandon with no super tankers in the boat, but boy, he is very, very consistent throughout this morning here. Can he keep it up for the remainder of the day? Win wire to wire here. Coming back a little bit, just a few minutes with Dave Mercer and a special analyst.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Oh boy, it is my favorite day of the week, Championship Sunday. I want to welcome everybody into our on-location coverage from the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake in beautiful Shelby County, Alabama. It is the final day. Only 10 anglers remain. But atop the leaderboard, the same leader we have had since day number 1. Brandon Paulnick with 58 pounds, 13 ounces. Jay Shakurik has moved up a little bit into second place. And Will Davis started the day in third place. But maybe outside of Jason Christie, who weighed in the biggest bass of the year. 9 pounds, 4 ounces yesterday at Phoenix Boat's big bass of the year. But aside from Christie, Will Davis is a very, very scary cat. Because this morning at takeoff, he told me, I've been saving some stuff for this very day, and so have I been saving stuff for this very day. It is Championship Sunday, and I've been saving this guy right here. Lee Livesey, 4-time Bassmaster winner, 2-time member of the Bassmaster Century Club, and it has not been an easy week, has it?
No, thanks for having me on beautiful Lay Lake on Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day
Yes.
to my mom, my wife, and all the moms out there. Let's get that out of the way right now. Love y'all. Love all the moms.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day to all of them. And our anglers out there trying to catch a mother load of bass right now. And that has not been easy. I mean, we always hope that we'll see fireworks in Championship Sunday, but so far it has been slow. Are we going to see it pick up, Lee?
We are. I'm watching the guys, in that top 3 or 4, Will, Jason, Brandon, and Jay. Obviously, he's up there too. But Christie, he's head hunting right now. I know exactly what Christie's doing. He's locking in a couple rods in 1 or 2 spots. He could either bomb or catch a really big bag. A lot of time those pad fish like that, they bite better when the sun's up. Late in the day, they get under those pads, and they'll get a little bit more, where you're able to catch them under those pads. So, Jason's going to be dangerous if he gets a couple bites. And like you said, Will's running some new stuff. He's dangerous, but it could hurt him at the same time if it's stuff that he hadn't ran all week. And obviously Brandon's right here. He's already got probably a 4 or 5 pound lead now, and he's only got 4. So if he catches a couple big ones, who knows? But no, I think you're going to see some fireworks from those top 4 or 5 guys for sure.
Got a lot of different battles going on. Obviously, Will Davis Jr. has a lot of different stuff. Brandon Paulnick has done all of his work in one area, and probably one of the most fabled victories ever in Bassmaster history. Of course, Kevin Van Dam won a Bassmaster Classic right in that area that Brandon Paulnick has been fishing. And he obviously fished the entire area, not just that area, but how hooked up live right now.
Not a big one, but he's a keeper. Oh my gosh, look at the one with it.
Oh, he's got a big one following him.
Oh, I got the male, and I bet you that other one's a female. That other one was like a 3 or 4 pounder. Get in here. That other one was at least twice this size. They came off those stumps right there, so maybe there's a bed there and she'll swim back over. She was chasing him the whole time. Gosh, that other one was big.
That'll round out his limit.
That's the kind of stuff that you can't control, right? Of she eats it or he eats it, or like, make the right cast, and then that's all you can do. Not very big. Not even 1.75 pounds, just under 9 pounds. It's number 5. It is number 5. Somehow we have managed to catch a limit of bass
with 5
out of back here every day.
That's crazy. I went back there and looked at those fish in practice, and I could not catch them.
It's amazing that, we've watched him. Hamner hooked up. Hamner said he was going to catch a 10-pounder to take off this morning.
A little bit better. See right there, that's exactly how they
Hamner's catching them right by the house.
barely getting that back hook. She ain't big, but she'll ride for right now.
I literally think that's the house that I stayed at where we just got that fish off the dock.
Come on.
I'm not kidding. There's a little cut right across.
This Hamner's 4th Bassmaster top 10. And on day one, it looked like a lot of the Alabama anglers kind of struggled, but they battled their way back into it. And obviously, Justin Hamner inside our top 10.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of 50-50. You know, half of them bombed or didn't do good, and then the rest of them did good. But, you know, it looked like it took them all a day to figure stuff out. Like they might not have practiced it because, you know, they just wanted to test it in the tournament. Or something didn't work, and then they, you know, I saw like Canterbury and Matt, guys like that, start catching them better and better and better.
Yeah, Matt Herron in the top 10 as well, and also Will Davis Jr. And as you said, Scott Canterbury, the first angler out of the top 10 in 11th place. But it's his birthday this week, so he had big plans for last night, and I bet it was a mixer. Happy
Scott will
birthday,
throw it
Scott.
down. Patrick hooked up.
Boy, how motivated do you think he was coming into this event? Ooh.
This place is full of fish, I will say that. They're just really smart.
That's our season this year. It's weird. You look at 8 Century Belts last year, and that's why whenever you hear a schedule come out and people start, oh, why are you going there? Why are you going? You never know until it plays out, because 8 Century Belts last year, and this year it just feels like we are perpetually 2 weeks too late or 2 weeks too early.
Yep, just a shad spawn early, a shad spawn late, a brim spawn late, whatever it is, you know. Just like here, the shad are spawning good in the morning, you know, but we're just missing it starting later. And I think the brim bed stuff's just getting, I think, you know, the majority of these, not the forward-facing guys like this, but the Christies and Seth and guys like that, a lot of those fish they're catching are brim eaters for sure. And even some of Paulnick's that he's catching frogging. And that's what I pushed. I just wasn't as good as them this week at it. You know, I thought the brim eaters, the brim bed fish were going to win this tournament. But you get out there with forward-facing sonar like Patrick's doing, and it just blows your mind how many fish are out there in timber or piles. They're just so smart. Like I'd pull 20 of them off of every pile, you know, and every now and then you get one to eat.
Riddle me this about forward-facing sonar, because I'm putting together a little theory in my head, and I want to hear your opinion on it. We have repeatedly seen smaller baits play. Jeff Gustafson, a lot of anglers in this tournament throwing baits 3 inches or smaller with Patrick Walters right now, and we'll be out live with all our leaders. Top 4 right there: Brandon Paulnick, Jason Christie, Jay Shikurik, and Justin Hamner. So with that in mind, we keep seeing these small baits dominating in bigger events and in fisheries that you haven't seen it before. And everybody says it's forward-facing sonar. There's more pressure on the fish. Could there be a case made for it's the first time in history that anglers are also fishing for fish that are not actively feeding? Every other time in your life you've been fishing a drop-off, an edge, and that fish is there to eat. Now you're seeing fish that are suspending and they're not eating, so that's why the smaller baits are playing.
100%. You know, that is a really good point, actually. You know, talking about where fish feed on hard spots or points or stuff like that. They're catching fish that are out floating or on piles that are just resting or whatever. And like you said, a smaller profile is easier to catch them with it. So I think that is a very good point. But at the same time, we saw Paulnick throwing a great big jerkbait at Santee with it.
And I'm not specifically even talking about our leaders. If you look at the top 50, the amount of spinning rods and smaller baits that we're seeing make checks over and over is amazing.
Yeah, these fish just get pressure here, and it's just a weird little funky time, you know. I think it's really close to the frog stuff really, really being good. Like it's just not quite there. You know, you see Christie doing it. Paulnick was doing it some. but I did it for miles and never had a bite in practice.
Justin Hamner with another one in front of the water slide.
Yeah.
That metal water slide, I bet you it gets hot throughout the year.
Pound and a quarter.
That's number 5 for Justin. He's going through some
5
fish.
are the wrong ones right now. But it is 5.
From Alabama's Justin Hamner, who just filled out his limit, his 4th Bassmaster top 10 for the former Bassmaster Classic qualifier. Let's have a look at our leaderboard and see how our top 10 here on Championship Sunday is shaken out. Brandon Paulnick atop the leaderboard, and it looks like he just continues to add to that lead, but he's not safe yet, is he, Lee?
No. You got Will and Christy are the 2 to watch behind him for sure.
We're going to keep watching it. It is the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. You're from Texas. What's your favorite Whataburger order?
Just number 1. Just all Whataburger.
Hey, all the way with the spicy ketchup. With some spicy info.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Well, it is once again Championship Sunday on the Bassmaster Elite Series, the 5th Championship Sunday of 2023 at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake. Only 10 anglers remain. And let's get caught up on what has been happening here early and often, or not as often as we would have liked here on Championship Sunday with our Yamaha midday report. Started off with Alabama's very own Justin Hamner, a Bassmaster Classic qualifier, and happy to be inside the top 10 here this week. He's a lot better than he gets credit for, isn't he, Lee?
He's a sniper, man.
Yeah.
He is really, really good. He's just gonna get better. He's young.
A young angler that was very, very happy to be inside our top 10. Jokingly told me he was going to catch a 10-pounder today, so, I mean, it might happen.
He's going to go through a lot of fish today, I can tell you that much, doing what he's doing. And he knows everything here. I just don't know if he can catch that bigger fish like Christy and Paulnick are catching up real shallow.
From one Alabama angler to another, and this angler, our reigning Bass Nation national champion, gets the loudest response from the crowd every single day, and they would go nuts if he sealed the deal here this week.
I guarantee you, man. He's mixing up some new stuff today. He's dangerous. He's one of the best anglers on this river system. Everybody said that from when the schedule came out. So Will is going to be tough to beat if he hits a little fresh stretch.
Well, Will Davis Jr. trying to battle it out for our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. Let's look at our reigning Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakura.
It was like a 2-pounder.
He's not just a smallmouth bass angler.
No, Jay's good. When you grow up fishing for walleye and all kinds of stuff, it makes you just a well-rounded angler. And he's going through a lot of fish. He's got a good school of fish, and the technique that he's using, man, he's really catching some fish out there.
I believe Jay had our first limit of the day.
You actually
Well, chartreuse blue action. He's got some groups of fish that he's firing up, some offshore shallow groups.
Obviously took a big win last year on the St. Lawrence River. About 10 years before that win, he was out in Green Bay, Wisconsin, watching this guy, Brandon Paulnick, our reigning Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, try to win on Green Bay, Wisconsin. So amazing to see just 10 years later. Jay Securit's a player here, and as always, Brandon Paulnick is a player here.
This is cool watching Brandon go to work, man. A lot of us knew about these fish back there, and we couldn't catch them or didn't have the confidence. And man, he's doing some stuff back there that I would have never thought of. He's showing why he's the Angler of the Year right now, and he's going to be hard to beat. He really is.
When you look at what he did last year as Angler of the Year, you think I talked to him in the offseason, and I'm like, so
3 or 4 pounders.
how do you feel about your season, regardless of, obviously you won, and he's like, I should have been better.
Right.
The amount of, that's what makes him such a special angler. Wins Angler of the Year, and then spent that off-season training, because he said there was a few times my shoulders kind of got sore, not to the fact where I would lose fish, but he said just the fact that I started thinking about something other than catching bass shows how dialed in he is.
He's a machine, and he's showing it right now. Like, he is dissecting that area back there in ways that I would have never even tried. It's cool watching Brandon go to work.
Brandon Paulnick, your leader right there with 60 pounds and 7 ounces. Will Davis Jr., your reigning Bass Nation national champion, left the dock in 3rd place here this morning. Still in 3rd place. But let's get out on the water with him, because he has had an incredible season regardless of this event. I mean, him and David Gaston, 2 Alabama rookies that you kind of, sometimes you meet a rookie and you're like, he's not so much of a rookie.
Will is moving around. He's changed locations. Man, he knows how this current affects these fish, whether they're releasing more or less. He's getting in his zone up there. I hear he's really good up that river, and it looks like he's moved up there and fishing some kind of offshore eddy or something.
Looks like this is one of the right ones.
Yeah, he got him a big old spot on probably.
There he is.
Come on, baby.
This is kind of what we've been waiting for, watching Will go up there and hit some little sweet spots and connect with these big spots that they all say he's really good at catching.
Yes, sir.
That's a good
David,
one.
shake your head. Little wheels. Got through spawning to that tail. Pretty one. Three-pounder.
Right here.
That's the right kind right there, man. He's going to get dangerous up there if he can put 3 or 4 more of those in the boat.
Every time. I ain't never in my life.
Looks like Will's throwing a little shaky head, little finesse worm, trick worm style stuff. From what I hear, and I don't know Will more than talking to him, man, he knows that river up there like really, really, really good. So got Hamner hooked up. Hamner's going through some fish.
Boy, is he ever.
I can't tell if he's jerking piles or docks. A lot of those docks down there in that creek, I stayed in that creek, have little bitty brush piles around them. I'm guessing those post-spawn fish are just pulling out on those docks or those brush piles, and Justin's a sniper with the jerk bait and the forward-facing sonar. He's going through some fish today.
Is that the kind of approach that you would think that, you go through a bunch of little fish and every once in a while you're going to lock into one of the right ones?
Oh, for sure. And Justin knows that. I know Justin pretty good, and we didn't talk this tournament, but I knew going into it, this is what he was going to do, and he was going to catch a lot of fish. And like you said, you're going to catch a little one, then boom, catch a, 4 or 5 pounder or 10 pounder, like he said he was going to catch at the dock this morning.
He's never caught a 9.4 here in his whole life. I will let you know.
This
he told
is a
me
good day
that,
to
but
do
he
it.
said today I'm going to catch a 10. I mean, call your shot. I mean, how epic would it be if right off the edge of that dock, boom, 10 pounder. Made a Super 6 at the Bassmaster Classic, his Bassmaster Classic that he qualified for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Justin's a really good younger angler.
He really
This
is.
is what he likes to do. He's
Wow.
hooked up again. That looks like a little better one. Oh, he had him.
Sorry about
Had him suitcased.
Justin Hamner, very good at that approach, that technique of fishing, forward-facing sonar, and
Yeah, he's doing a little bit different, jerking some piles or docks, whatever it is, around the docks, and that's a thing that I know about. Those post-spawn fish will go out and suspend on those docks and the little piles around them, and I even saw some of it, just never put it together in my head to run it down. You know what I mean? So Patrick's doing it different. He's fishing piles and timber out more on the main lake. Hamner's in the back of a creek, or in a major creek right now. So you're kind of seeing the same things, but two different ways. And Patrick's hooked up right now.
Roommates, right?
Yep. They say Hamner taught Patrick a lot about the forward-facing stuff. That's a good one.
Both in our top 10 here this week.
Let's go on a jig, finally. Mama, that one's for you. Hot diggity dogs, and finally got him on the jig. A big one, but
boy,
I gotta set the hook on something.
Crazy.
Holy smokes, that felt good. Oh, God. I can't believe I finally got to set the hook on a jig. That gets me fired up. God, if they're gonna bite that today.
That was violent.
I'm violent, okay? I'm about to show them violent. I'm about to hurt every fish in that pile right now.
And he's not gonna get another bite in that pile.
Oh, green jig, son.
Nothing says fun like violence on Championship Sunday.
We got Patrick fired up, baby.
He is fired up, and look at that fish right there.
Caught him on a jig. And, I heard some guys catch them on big worms and jigs around the piles, but I tried it and I never could get it going. It sounds like Patrick might have stumbled onto a little something.
That's for you, Mama. Finally got one on a jig. Just the words that every mother wants to hear. Atop the leaderboard, Brandon Paulnick with 60 pounds and 7 ounces. Will Davis, his nearest pursuer, but they're catching him out there now. It seems to be heating up.
It's that hour, that approaching 10 o'clock, and these fish are going to start firing, it looks like, for sure.
Well, of course, because it is Championship Sunday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake in Shelby County, Alabama.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Welcome back to the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake, and that our playing field, 12,000 acres. And you can see how our top 10 is spread out over this playing field. Anything shock you there, Lee?
No, and it's kind of setting up exactly how, you got the forward-facing guys down on the lower end of the lake and, the current guys up at the dam and the grass guys and kind of offshore bar guys right around us, man. You're seeing some fish getting caught. It looks like Christy has 2 now. Will just caught a good one up there. And Patrick and Justin are catching them good. But what about Brandon Cobb? What a year, man. Every time you think, man, he's probably going to stumble, he just keeps catching them. This guy's fishing lights out right now. Brandon Cobb is having an amazing year.
And watching it from the outside while he's competing, there's been several days. Day 2 of this tournament was one of those days where you look and you're like, he's maybe in trouble for the first time this year. And he fishes his way out of it. And as you can see, hooked up live right now.
Hooked up right now. Looks like he's throwing a little wacky worm around some grass or something maybe. Brandon's fishing his strengths,
Not very big, but
That's
I got
what
one.
I see with what he's doing right now. He is he's got a bunch of rods on the deck, but, man, he's fishing how he's good. He's a good wacky wormer, sight fishing, frogging guy. He's fishing lights out right now. What a great year Brandon's having, man. He is just killing the AOY race right now.
I had him.
And he's done
real good.
80% of it with one lure.
It's crazy. I mean, he needs a couple Whataburgers. He looks like he's a little skinny, but besides that, he is fishing amazing right now.
The weird thing is his smallmouth. He's not done that well smallmouth bass fishing up north. And when he did do well, he caught him on a Carolina rig.
Christy hooked up. So it looked like Jason saw that fish and threw a little wacky worm to him. This is his first fish catch right here. That's it. I'm not saying it's big, but that's a good keeper. Yeah, he's bigger than I thought it was.
I wasn't looking at her. I saw that's not the one that I told you to be still on.
Christie's going to get dangerous.
Oh.
You can tell he's in the zone. He's doing stuff that he likes. He's old school Arkansas River hand, so anywhere he's around water wheel, the pad, stuff like that, we're super shallow. You see how shallow he is? That's right in his wheelhouse. Sounds like he saw a couple fish.
Yeah.
He caught that one, whether on beds or they're just swimming around, so he's going to get right back in there and try to catch it, whether there's a female in there or if they're just swimming, I'm not sure.
And you think of Christie, regardless of what happens here today, look what he's going to next, Sabine River.
Oh, yeah.
One there.
Yep.
Then after that, we're going to go to St. Clair. He's one there.
He's one everywhere. Jason is one of the best to ever do it.
Really is 8 Bassmaster wins, 10 FLW Tour wins.
He's an intimidator. Anytime he's on Championship Sunday, he wants to cut you. He wants to win, and that's what I like. I look up to Jason for that. He is an amazing angler, and he's right in his wheelhouse right now. He acts like he's not good at everything, but he's good at everything. But this is, even though he's got a spinning rod, he loves up shallow like this. He's in the dirt.
That spinning rod caught a 9.4 yesterday.
Yeah.
So he said he hadn't seen the fish catch yet. He said, I can't wait to go back and look at the GoPro because he said it was a disaster. It ran him in and out of the pads. And
he just saw something right there out of the corner of his eye. He saw a pad move. He saw a fish move under a pad or something. He put that wacky worm down, picked up a frog. I think he's throwing a booyah pad crasher right there and threw it something. He saw something move.
I think
there he is. Got him.
Up.
Ate the frog in open water. Another good one. Back-to-back catches for Jason Christie right there. That's going to bump him up there quite a bit. He had 0 and caught 2 in the last 5 minutes or so. Both good, solid keepers.
Good eye to see that, Lee. But here's what I think that's one of the things we never talk about, just how many senses Elite Series anglers use when they're competing. We talk about, obviously the sensitivity of your hands, but you're using all your senses, your ears, smells, you see everything going on.
You see the guys that are hunters, and like Jason Christie's one of the best, and Greg Hackney. Man, when Hackney's on the water like that, you see him moving his head around, he's hearing stuff, seeing stuff, These guys are big-time hunters in the off-season. That's what they're doing. They're hunting bass, looking for anything. Especially when you're shallow in pads like this, you could tell Christie saw the fish or saw a pad move something, and he picked up that frog, threw over there, and caught that fish. What surprised me was that fish
big one that I saw when I
like
told you to be still. That's the one I lost her yesterday.
Said he lost that same fish yesterday.
Does it surprise you how many fish are still spawning?
Yeah. Didn't think it was going to bite it because
yes, but every year they're still spawning into June. Everywhere we go, they're always still fish spawning, and you always want to say, "Oh, there's never going to be enough," and then these guys keep on catching them. It's surprising me that there's that many fish spawning on this end of the lake. I figured the other end would have more than where they're at, and a lot of those fish in there are garden fry. They're on brim beds. They're just living in there, and obviously on beds too. So this place is, like I said before, it really is full of fish.
Christie talked to me the other day about how he's starting to feel a little pressure. I mean, a tougher season for him by Jason Christie standards. Still well within distance of qualifying for the Classic, but the Classic's on Grand Lake. He's like, I cannot miss the Bassmaster Classic.
Oh, I can only imagine. He had a rough start at the first of the year, but he's going to get back in the Classic. Trust me. He's done good at all the events we have in the next 4 events, and obviously he's got a shot to win this one today. You're seeing Brandon on the top of the leaderboard, then Will Davis, and then Jason Christie. Man, the cream's coming to the top. This is going to be a shootout with those 3 anglers right there.
And atop the leaderboard, Brandon Paulnick, the prodigy, a former Bass Nation national champion, is atop this leaderboard with 60 pounds, 7 ounces right now. About a 7-pound lead he has, but a lot of fishing still to come and a lot of incredible anglers chasing him down at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. the beautiful Lay Lake in Shelby County, Alabama. Hard to believe we are halfway through our Elite Series season, but also hard to believe that Brandon Paulnick, as young as he is a two-time angler.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
I'm still laughing at Patrick.
That was the site at the Bassmaster Classic not too long ago. Knoxville, Tennessee, and what an absolute sea of humanity that showed up to see Jeff Gustafson become the first Canadian to ever win the Bassmaster Classic. 164,000 people came to Knoxville, Tennessee, and it was an absolute party, as it always is. And next year, we're going to Tulsa. Speaking of a little extra pressure on Jason Christie, wants to get some redemption on that body of water. And the weigh-in will be right there in Tulsa at the BOK Center. And it's going to be a incredible. It always is. I mean, it's a celebration of the sport, Lee.
Yeah, Tulsa and Grand Lake are going to show out next year. It's going to be a great event. A lot of big fish in there, and the right time of year to catch the big bags, too.
Jason Christie desperately wants to get back there, as all our anglers do. How much pressure throughout the season? I think people underestimate just. There's not a day that you guys don't feel classic pressure.
No, and Christie's as hardcore as they come. You know, he's a assassin, but I'm sure the pressure in his head and mine has been going crazy. Jumping back on with Justin Hamner right now down on the bottom end of the lake. Looks like he's doing the same thing he was doing.
But why? I mean, he's catching a fish every third cast, so.
This is what he likes to do, and it's what he's good at. You know, you're going to see Justin do this all day, probably. Got him.
Hooked up.
Big. Ain't terrible.
That's a good one.
Fat little thing.
You know, you're kind of seeing the numbers guys, Patrick and Justin, down on the bottom end going through more numbers compared to the guys like Christie and Paulnick fishing up shallow, real shallow in the dirt, just catching just a few. It's cool to see how different minds work and make it work out at the end of the day.
When you see the number of fish they're going through, it's shocking that we had as many anglers in this tournament earlier in the week that didn't catch a limit. I mean, this was a tough one. Has this bite gotten better, or are they just doing something different than?
No, I think it's just whether they're better at it or they just have more knowledge on how to catch them, where to catch them, kind of deal. You know, Justin knows this place really good. You know, he's got 100 spots out there. He knows he can go catch a fish. When a guy like me, I tried to do some of the same stuff, and I caught some fish, but I had like 5 or 6 piles that I thought, I had confidence to go catch them. So I was running the same 5 or 6. Got a big brim in that fish's mouth that it spit up. You know, Justin's got 100 spots that he's running. So there's a difference having confidence and more spots to run.
From a young angler with a bright future to another, our reigning Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakurat. Currently in 4th place, obviously won an Elite Series title last year and set the all-time biggest winning weight for smallmouth bass, 102 pounds and 9 ounces.
So Jay's kind of the only one fishing schools of fish on these shallow bars, and I know I tried it, and a lot of people caught him like that, but he's the only one that made it. It's pretty cool. We kind of have 3 or 4 different deals going on in the top 10 today on Mother's Day. Another big shout out to all the mothers out there.
Yes.
My wife, my mom, my sister, everybody's mom. Love the moms.
None of us would be here without you.
No, we would not. This one looks like a pretty good one. Jay's taking his time. He might think this is a pretty good one. So I heard about this spot that Jay's fishing. Or, he's probably fishing multiple ones, but I know he had a really good school of fish that a lot of guys had found, and they just didn't catch him. He had a technique, what he's doing, kind of like forward Demikian almost is kind of what he's doing, throwing a small bait, whatever it is, and kind of hovering it over their head that you see a lot of guys doing, in spotted bass and smallmouth lake, stuff like that. Classic Gus, he was doing it a lot. It's kind of what he's doing. And catching fish behind people that, knew about the same schools of fish.
And you have to imagine that I mean, this is a great event, but he's going to have
I thought it was
a few
a lot
big
bigger,
ones
but-
ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no,
He's
Jay's
fought a
going
lot
to catch
bigger
him
than those other ones.
when we go up north. That's a good fat one right there.
2 1/4 though. Yeah.
It's just cool to watch a guy from Wisconsin, right?
Yep.
That has a walleye,
Oh,
smallmouth
2
background. Not that they don't catch largemouth up there, but it's cool to watch them bring techniques down here to Lay Lake and outfish people like me. There's a reason I'm sitting here just using different techniques. You know, I'd have pulled up there and thrown a big crankbait or a Carolina rig or something like that and probably not caught them. It's cool to watch these anglers from different backgrounds come and make it work their way. But at the same time, you got Christy with her frog and in pads and stuff that I tried. So it's just cool to watch a young angler like Jay have an open mind to techniques and stuff.
That's what you're talking about.
And he is always ultra calm, and he's got the perfect demeanor to be a tournament angler that he is.
Yeah.
One thing that you've been able to, let's listen into Jay.
Yeah.
He ain't going to tell you much, trust me.
It was only like 2 1/4,
Shit.
2 1/2, but I had that small one in there, so thought it was bigger.
It's surprising to me how good these guys are catching them with as slick, calm, sunny as it is. Not a lot of current except up there where Will is. You know, you're seeing some guys get finessey. It's this weather, you know. There's no wind, no clouds. We got Brandon Paulnick hooked up right now.
Why do I get the feeling that that's the little one?
Nice.
And that there's a bigger one still laying up there. Hey. I don't know if he's going to help or not.
With the Gilligan hat on.
You think Gilligan?
34.
Little Gilligan in him. I don't know how else you would describe it.
You're going to be just
Army
shy of
Gilligan.
that. You are 165. Number 2. Slight upgrade.
Looks like that was a small upgrade for Brandon. Every ounce is going to count, man.
He has done an awful lot with not very much, and that has been it's been his advantage this week, just being locked into one small area.
It's cool seeing what he's done in that area back there, dissecting it. I would have bailed a million times already to try to find something better.
Brandon Paulnick has put on a show since day number 1 of this tournament. He has led this tournament since day number 1 and just wants to lead it for a few more hours so he can hold that blue trophy on the stage. Definitely becoming our Power Pole replay of the day. A look at Brandon Paulnick's day so far on Championship Sunday.
Yes!
I mean, that is like a postcard of bass fishing right there. I mean, everybody watching wants to be right there.
That's it, man. He's the reigning AOI for a reason.
Not that bigger.
Been here 13 years, and I'm telling you, this Brandon Paulnick, in my opinion, is more lethal than any Brandon Paulnick we've ever seen. He doesn't feel the moment. He doesn't fish different. I mean, watching him now, that's what it is like to go fishing with him on a fun day off.
Dude, he's a freak anytime, but right now he's hitting on all cylinders, and he is a very scary angler right now, especially with the next 4 events we have coming up.
I came off those stones, right?
When you have an angler who wins Angler of the Year and says, hey, I could have won it better. My shoulders got sore every once in a while, so I'm going to go on an extensive fitness routine so I can win it better this year. And, man, with the lakes ahead, he has a good tournament, Sabine. You got to start looking at him to potentially defend that Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title and go back-to-back.
And he knows the Sabine well. He's done really good there. I think he top 10 there at least once for sure. But, yeah, Brandon can catch him on any body of water in the world. He's that good of an angler. He doesn't do history. You know, he is just that good. And he's got about a 6 or 7 pound lead right now. I mean, it's going to be tough to catch him unless Jason or Will start catching some fish.
An incredible season we have seen. Brandon Cobb all season long. And then Jason Christie ripped the Phoenix Boats Big Bass away from him in what people had already congratulated Cobb and said, nobody's going to beat you. We have seen some crazy things happen, but Brandon Paulnick fishing out of his mind right now, and he'll literally may have won his 7th Bassmaster Elite Series event. But I'm saying we're going to see fireworks. I'm going to say I believe Brandon Paulnick will win this tournament. That's where I'm saying. But he's not winning it with the weight he has. He is going to get challenged today.
Correct.
What say you, Lee Livesey?
No, Will Davis and Jason Christie are going to catch some big fish in the next couple hours. It could be the last hour, last minute, last cast. Who knows? These guys are going to push Brandon, and Brandon's not going to stop. He's going to move up, too. He's going to catch another big one. You know, we've heard him say a couple of times that he's seen bigger fish with those fish. He's not done yet either. We're going to see some fireworks. Will Davis is going to catch some fish also.
Lots of time ahead. It's not even noon, but we're going to go on a break, and I think I see the Whataburger truck rolling in.
It's Whataburger break. It's time to get a Whataburger.
Oh, you've worked hard for it, Lee. You deserve it.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
It is a spectacular sunny Sunday and a very special Sunday. Not only Championship Sunday, but Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers all around the world. And I'm sure you're all tuned into the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake and wondering, who is it going to be? Just a few short hours from now, we will crown our 5th Elite Series champion of the season. And up to this point, it has been all Brandon Paulnick. He's led the first 3 days of this tournament, and he is leading right now. But there is 9 pursuers that are doing everything they can to take that blue trophy from him. And Patrick Walters is always a threat.
He is, man. Patrick's one of the best young anglers out there, and he's doing what he's good at, and he's doing what he likes to do. I fished this same area with Patrick down the lake.
Hooked up.
Golly, that fish is so fat. Golly. I mean, that is, I thought it was a crappie. I mean, look at the girth on that one. Don't be looking at my jerk bait. What are you thinking, Joe? I'm just playing. I mean, about the same. That makes 5, right? 1, 2. 2 on that side. 1, 2. That's 5, right? Yep, let's make sure. 1, 2.
You want to make sure you only have 5.
Yeah, it's very important, I hear.
There's been a couple of them miscount this year. I would never do that, though.
No, I can imagine you would never, ever do that.
We're seeing some guys catching fish right now. Justin and Patrick are catching them, and Jason and Brandon have caught a few. Looks like Jason's seeing one right now, hooked up. Another keeper, but man, Jason's gonna have to start catching some bigger fish. I know they're around him. You know, he's talking about them, but if Brandon keeps upgrading little by little, he's gonna be hard to beat. You know, Jason's gonna have to start catching some bigger size. I think that's his 3rd fish right there.
Yep, 3rd fish, and it measures. You can make an awful lot up with a 9.4, though. But even if you, like we were talking, you removed that 9.4 from his bag yesterday.
He still would have had 14, 15 pounds with 4. I don't remember what he had, 23. So
23
he'd been close.
even, yeah.
So 4 for 14 is good. You know, we're seeing Jay right now with the biggest bag of the day up there around 12.5, 13 pounds. But it's not over. A lot of times on these hot, sunny, calm days like this, these fish won't start biting until the 10, 11 o'clock.
Paulnick hooked up again.
I don't think he's going to help.
Brandon has fish just swimming around his boat back there. He's seeing them everywhere.
Down the bank will help.
He just said he was just cranking it in
to
cast the other side.
Okay, he didn't keep that one.
That's a good one. Come on, worm. Get unstuck. Get unstuck. Trying to be patient right now with you.
You know, you're seeing a lot of these guys saying they're seeing them. They're not seeing them on beds. Some of them, but they're just seeing them cruising. and that's why you see him throwing more finesse, wacky worms. Brandon's throwing a drop shot, some kind of egg zone worm on there, it looks like. But, a lot of these guys are just sight casting to them. They're not actually on beds. They're eating brim, just cruising around, and they're seeing them.
Why right then? I appreciate him, but
So Christie's about 6 pounds back right now, and he still has 2 fish to put in his live well. So 2 threes and 2 casts, and Christie's right there with Paulnick. Looks like Will has moved all the way up to the spillway now.
Decent one cruising right here, but he's Houdini'd us.
They said Will knows every single rock up there.
So what Will has to avoid today,
It's just bad
we
timing.
often
I
see,
went to reel up to make it.
pressure situation, a bajillion spots. He's got to figure out where to be. You are an absolute master at that. What you have done on Fork to win twice there and to win after you gave away all the goods after winning the first time, is there something different you do to try and avoid what we see happening so often?
I think it's just a confidence deal, and you see Will, like from what I hear, I don't know a lot about Will, but from what I hear, he is really good up where he's at right now, up towards the spillway, up that river, fishing current, fishing rocks, and just keeping whatever you're good at and you're confident in. That's what's going to keep you on the tracks, and you see Will doing that. He's got a big one. We saw him catch that 3-something. So, he's just a few bites away from being right back up there. As long as Will stays, in his comfort zone up there where he's good, I think he's going to end up at the top, too.
You didn't answer the question, though.
No, I
Do you
didn't
have
answer
any
it at all.
special tricks?
No.
No, you're not going to admit anything here,
No,
are you?
No.
Well,
I did answer it, just in a wrong context.
Totally. I mean, you distracted me with words.
Seth hooked up to a very, very, very small bass.
That is 2 in the last 2 minutes. And it looks like Seth Biter found the nursery right now because. Is he? I think no.
No. If you're gonna look at it twice, you might as well put it on the board, Seth. But you're seeing Seth kind of bailing on what he's been doing,
Right here.
That was total sarcasm if y'all weren't listening. You're seeing Seth kind of doing something new, something he knows he's not going to win doing or doesn't think it, but he's just trying to catch some fish. And that was not Brandon Paulnick leaving Beeswax Creek. So Christie's definitely looking at one. And Will is all the way up to the spillway. Looks like he's throwing a shaky head around some rocks.
Case to be made for Christie's bite to get better as the day goes on, correct?
Correct.
And Paulnick's, I would assume, but the negative is he has saned that area. He's put a lot of pressure on it in the last 3 days.
So the area Christie's in is real small too. I don't know enough about this place. Do they keep swimming in there throughout the day from the main river? Do they replenish or what? I don't know enough to answer that. But where Brandon's at is a small area, but there's a lot of fish let go in this creek, and that just swimming off the main river because what's back there. It's not like they're just swimming back there for no reason. There's a lot of fish back there. You see Brandon and Christie constantly throwing at something. It's because they're seeing fish swimming around. They just need a couple of those bigger than average bites.
From our leaders, let's check in on somebody who we've spent a lot of time with this year. I feel like it's every Sunday, but it's not every Sunday. He missed one of them, but he was in the top 20 in that one. Our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Cobb.
Oh, had a blow up.
I don't know, that's him,
Hooked
but
up
it
on a
is one.
frog.
Oh, I shouldn't have flipped. He had 2 hooks too. My popper was tangled up. I didn't want to grab him.
No way.
He was like 2 and, I only had the same one. I was like a 2 3/4. My popper was tangled, and I could tell I didn't want to like grab him because it was like hooked in the back. Dang. Oh well.
That was a big
I
loss
don't think
right
that was
there.
him though. Yeah. I shouldn't have flipped him, but
you wouldn't think it was a big loss.
I don't think I
with
could
his
have got
reaction.
down and grabbed him without him coming off. Because I could see it all crooked.
No, there ain't nothing you can do about it when you lose them. Brandon's fishing so good he knows he's going to catch another one anyways because he's fishing lights out right now.
A lot of fishing yet to come and a lot of fun yet to come. It is a beautiful, spectacular Sunday, Mother's Day, and as you can see, the bodies of water are getting a little bit more active. Is that going to affect some of the field, Lee?
I don't think so. You know, maybe Justin and Patrick a little bit on the lower end, but I don't think it's going to affect anything right now. Me and you need to go jump on a jet ski and go rip around.
Yeah, well, going to have to wait 30 minutes after the Whataburger. I mean, my parents used to always tell me I think that was true. We all got lied to, didn't we? I mean,
yeah, that was false.
You can totally go swimming right after you eat, so we won't take a break. This is the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake. Lee Livesey, thank you very much for doing this segment with me. Great stuff, and we look forward to hanging out with you.
Thanks to all the
long.
moms. I'll see y'all at the next one. Thank you so much for having me on.
Happy Mother's Day. We'll be right back from the studio.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Our live coverage continues here from Championship Sunday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake here in Shelby County, Alabama. What a playing field, only 12,000 acres, but so many possibilities, but only 10 anglers left in the field at this point. They have survived after 3 days of fishing to get a shot at the title. And Brandon Paulnick, the man on top, good, healthy lead right now, and he is doing his best to win this thing wire to wire. Your leader every day is also our defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year champion from 2022. So, and oh man, it's hard to deal with momentum like that, but can things change? Absolutely. Someone can catch a giant. Case in point, Jason Christie yesterday, a 9-pound 4-ouncer to vault from outside the top 10 all the way to second place to start this day. But during the course of the day, Jason has lost some ground to Brandon Paulnick. He still hangs in there in second place, though. Jay Shakurat of Wisconsin has moved up from his position down lower in the top 10 up into third place. And that's the way our 10 anglers are spread out through about the 45 miles of Lay Lake here.
Hey, seems like every time I see a good one. Thanks, Sago. Okay. I hope I already have 25 pounds when you get back.
David, we see Matt Herron in the bottom right. He's been one near the Logan Martin Dam every day, but we saw yesterday afternoon he left that place, caught a couple in the grass, and then late, I'm assuming that 5-pounder also came from the same thing, and we've seen him actually live below takeoff on the more of the south end of the lake. Not as far as Justin Hamner, Patrick Walters, but really maybe dialing in a grass bite a lot more than he did the current bite.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the case, and he caught a couple of his good fish yesterday afternoon, I think, under the grass, more so than the previous 2 days. And I think he's another angler, as much experience as he has here on Lay Lake, seeing Jason Christie come in with 23 pounds, having that 9-pounder, knowing that if he had a shot to win, it was going to be largemouth in the vegetation. He's already made Championship Sunday a top 10, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that. But when you get to this point, you need to do whatever you think you need to do to try to win, and that's probably what he's doing today. And he might benefit from it, or
yeah, and you don't want to drop from 4th, Tommy, to 10th. You don't want to lose those couple points.
No,
but
no.
with the season that Matt's had so far, this is going to be his best finish.
Yes.
In large part for sure. And so when Matt Herron, a local in 4th place, sees he's 5 pounds back from the lead and 3 pounds back from third, like, you've got to go for it almost. So Matt's okay with 10th today, and that's what makes him dangerous because he could stumble upon first.
Yep. We really saw that at the Lake Murray tournament, I think, with Drew Benton.
Mm-hmm. We wrote Drew off, rightfully so, with how his sight fishing went away on day 3, and we thought, man, what's he going to do tomorrow if he sneaks in? And had a little bit of a hat tip to Brock Mosley, gave him a shad spawn, deal at the tanks before everybody was cut, and said, hey, that's still a thing going on. And then that allowed him to buy some time, and man, you find the 6 and a 5 at the end of the day on bed, that's a game changer.
But I think he passed, I think it gave him that opportunity to say, I'm not going to fish for that 3-pounder. He wasn't trying to protect anything. He was in 10th place. I'm going to stop when I see a 5 or a 6-pounder. And fortunately, he was able to find those. Yeah. But had he been in, let's say, 3rd place, maybe tighter. Stop on a 2-pounder or a 3-pounder and end up not winning the event.
And you're probably not going to listen to somebody at the tanks if you're leading or in 2nd and they just got cut. You're like, I don't really, I'm in a good spot, but yeah.
All right, let me get ready to take you out to Jason Christie. As we understand right now, he's already hooked up. Oh, yeah, there, got one in the boat. Just a keeper, it would be his 4th.
Slow start this morning, but caught that big fish yesterday afternoon. It was after midday when he caught that 9-pounder. So don't count Jason Christie out with his 4 keepers. A lot of time left.
And we've not even reached the halfway point of this fishing day. Yep, that one's going to keep.
Number 4 went from 0 to 4 really, really quick in the last 30 minutes or so.
Interesting to see how fast he's fishing that frog here on Lay Lake. We've seen him all through the years. This time of year, he's going to be throwing a frog some if he's around shoreline vegetation, emergent grasses. But I've never seen him fish it quite as fast as he's been fishing it here. Get a reaction, I guess. And just cover more water when you have so many miles of shoreline vegetation like you have here at Lay Lake.
And fishing fast in shallow water is kind of a Lay Lake deal, too, in many ways. With moving baits, of course.
Yep.
Jason Christie with 8 Bassmaster wins. Brandon Paulnick with 6. Jay Shakurit has 1. Will Davis, he's a rookie, looking for his first.
To us this week.
Want to be back in that pocket by 12:30.
Be magical one more day.
10:30. We got.
We're seeing a few fish.
Several places to fish before that.
Actually, I should give Will Davis credit. He does have a Bass Nation championship,
I saw
and those are hard to
Yeah.
win.
Just a while ago.
It's tough to beat 103 anglers, but
Yeah, how about a nation?
Yeah,
full?
the entire nation.
They're up yet. But they're hard to catch. I mean, like, the way to catch them is a spinning rod, but I mean, you just can't. Yeah.
And we've really
And
seen
throwing
Will
around
Davis,
pads and
or
shallows
any of our
and
Bass Nation guys. Like it seems like, no offense to this, just the honest truth. It's do or die when you make the Elite Series. You're either going to be one of the best and win events and do very well for multiple years to come, or you may only have 2 or 3 years on the Elite Series as your nation representative. It's region of the country, and Davis is hooked up now. Maybe a spotted bass.
Little keeper at least. Ain't much. We'll take him at the moment.
Davis, a strong local favorite from among the Alabama anglers here, just lives 30 minutes down the road. And
good crowd at weigh-in supporting him.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Sure they'll be there today.
The amount of pride that kind of wells up in an angler when they do avoid the curse and the bomb at home, and you know that you're in the top 10, your family's going to be there. Man, like if you don't show out any of the season, you got to show out at home. That's always cool.
Could hear Jason Christie just a minute ago talking to his cameraman about the wacky rig, and the spinning rod was the way to really catch these fish, but you just can't cover enough water. We were just talking about how fast he's fishing with this rod, just trying to cover more water. If you've got the fish located in one area, and let's say if you can narrow it down even to a few hundred yards of these pads, then you can slow down and fish different baits. But him and Seth Fighter, a lot of other anglers,
so good that way.
Not been able to narrow it down. That's a big key for Brandon Paulnick. He's been able to keep it, in a small window, so to speak, primarily in the back of Beeswax Creek.
It's better off just to blow through on 100 and then try to come back through the right direction. Maybe with the water coming up, that brim bed will play up there. I don't see anything on yesterday's magic bed.
We're a little south and east of Birmingham, and just a little ways down the road, hour or so, is Montgomery, Alabama, and that's where B.A.S.S, the Bassmasters, got its start. And this week in May of 2023, Bassmaster magazine is celebrating its 500th issue. And if you're not familiar with publications and the sport of bass fishing, this is the granddaddy, still is the leading publication, especially for teaching and sharing information.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of outdoor magazines, but coming up, I learned so much by reading Bassmaster magazine, in the 70s and the 80s, 90s. I still get it. I still read every single issue, and it's incredible for any magazine to be around for 500 issues.
Well, yeah, that's what anglers want to find once a month in their mailbox for all of the mail that makes you frown. This one always makes them smile.
And you can be a part of the 500th issue. In October, we will put up a couple fan photos. Use the hashtag Bassmaster Magazine on social media. And up until July, they're going to collect some photos and be able to honor not only the anglers that make Bass Angler Sportsman Society what it is, but the fans that really make up why the Bassmaster Classic and the Elites is the place to be.
30 minutes left in the first half of Championship Sunday. Heading towards halftime here. And of course, we'll fish on through halftime. And Brandon Paulnick couldn't hope for he's hoping for the clock to go way faster than it is right now, because he is getting the job done. Slow and steady, as he calls it, but he has increased his lead over Jason Christie during the course of this day. We'll see if he can keep on that track when we come back.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Moving on through the morning here on Championship Sunday, Lay Lake in Alabama on the Coosa River, site of many world championships, Bassmaster Classics, 4 of them held here in the past 30 years. We've got 10 anglers left on this final day. Brandon Paulnick on the left there trying to hang on to this lead, win it wire to wire. But right now, let's get to the man who started the day in 10th place, fished hard to get into this top 10, South Carolina's Brian New.
Good third fish there for Brian there.
That's good.
Got off to a good start this morning. Caught his first 2 on a buzz bait, but it's been a little while. Good to see him catch that third fish.
I caught a bass.
Not just a keeper, a good solid fish.
It is a
2.5 pounder or so.
Yes. Certainly helps the cause.
Like he caught it on a shaky head, lead head jig worm. Nest
Come in
worm.
here to just fish his pocket.
Right is Matt Herron, one of our 3 Alabama anglers in the top 10, trying to ignite something here.
Been slow so far for Matt Herron, but a good one here. Real good one.
That right there is the kind that make it hurt, son. You still mad, ain't you? Come here. Quit, you short, fat son of a gun. Ow!
All right. Wrestling match just broke out here.
You
That's
still
our first
mad.
4-pounder of the day.
You bit it, I didn't.
That bass has Matt's right leg up. They're about to start to just slapping
That's right,
on the mat.
Coming off the turnbuckle right onto him.
Good solid fish there for Matt Herron.
That might not be wrestling, that might be wrestling.
Yeah.
Matt Herron been starting way up Lay Lake, right behind the Logan Martin Dam. But this morning chose to stay on the lower end, actually go down from takeoff a little bit. Isn't that right, Ronnie?
Yeah, it looked like he was below, in that Cedar, Paradise Point, but not quite down as far as Spring, but it's kind of where it kind of turns to more river before it gets back down to the lake portion.
Matt has been super consistent throughout this. Another one of these anglers who's averaging just right at 14 pounds a day, I should say.
Certainly has. Been mixing it up, fishing for largemouth about half of the day and fishing primarily for the spotted bass up on the upper end about half the day. But today looks like he's put all his eggs in the largemouth basket, and those are the kind that you're looking for. He just needs to get 4 more of those and he'll make things very interesting. Maybe 3 more of those and just a keeper will go a long way for Matt Herron.
As you and Ronnie pointed out, that when you make the top 10, everything is on the table. You are not saving, managing fish. You are here to catch every pound you can get, and largemouth is that's how the calculus
That's
works.
the makeup gainer right there for sure.
Yeah. Our first 4-pounder of the day. Day 1 we had 10, day 2 19, and yesterday 8, including that 9-4 from Mr. Jason Christie.
Can only weigh in 5 bass, and it's fun to see someone catch 20, 30, maybe even 40 fish like we saw some of the anglers do on Lake Murray. But really just 5 quality fish is what these guys are looking for to be able to have a chance to hold a blue trophy over their heads. 5 a day.
What was your tack, Davey? Was it going out, getting the limit, and then going looking for the big ones, or were there events where you said, I only want 5 good bites?
I was one of the stubborn ones. I was looking for 5 quality bites, and oftentimes that bit me, no doubt about it. But I think you just have to take a realistic approach based on your practice, the 3 days of official practice, and like we talked about a little bit, I guess, on day 2. Some days hey, I got a 5th place car. I just need to not hit the wall and have me a top 5 finish and be okay with it. But I was not like that for a lot of my career, unfortunately. I always thought I had a 1st place car. I just needed to hold the pedal down a little harder.
And sometimes you were the 5th place car that just ran straight through 4th, and I'm just going to take them out with me and just ruin the whole party for everybody.
I remember doing
a lot of anglers, haven't you, Ronnie?
Davey, I remember doing a story with you that you were real proud that you never really lost a lead. And Brandon Paulnick is kind of in that same boat.
Yeah, one time in my career did I actually lead a tournament on day 1 all the way to the final day and lose the lead. It only happened one time in my career. I think, is Brandon right there? Has he ever lost a lead that maybe he had the first day?
His victories, no. I think he was wire to wire in his first 2 wins, Bull Shoals and St. Lawrence, and the other ones he took the lead on day 2 or 3, and then he's come back on final days several times.
It's like the Classic here that I finished second. Sure, it was disappointing, but I never led that tournament. That second is as high as I ever got, and that was the final day. So you should be happy of that, but you're never happy when you finish second. Not at the moment, anyway.
We talked about Brandon's first victory at Bull Shoals there. And I think it was the year after that Jason Christie won there. Brandon started the final day with a big lead, held it down, fishing that submerged bridge up in the northern part of the lake. And Jason Christie came from way off.
Yes, he
11th
did.
place, I believe it was, to take that snatch victory away from the would-be winners.
I remember both of those tournaments. Unfortunately, I was in both of those tournaments that they won. I shouldn't say unfortunately. I think I had decent tournaments.
Yeah,
1 or 2 of those. But I remember seeing Brandon Paulnick fishing offshore. There were so many fish being caught shallow in the buckbrush and that sort of thing. What's that kid doing out there in the middle of the creek? And man, he dominated that tournament. And then the Jason Christie tournament that he came from 10th place to win, he just pulled up on him schooling the final day.
Just the whole place came alive with schooling fish, and he went to work and got the job done fast.
He did. He did.
Before our cameras could get to him, I might add.
And that's kind of the thing we talk about. Hit enough singles to be in contention to where your home run is meaningful, and in that moment, as he catches a catfish, that's Jason Christie was so far back in the pack. There wasn't a camera with him back in the day, and he hit enough singles to you can't win the tournament if you're not there in the top 10 on the final day, and that's how I feel like Davey with the Bassmaster Classic. That's the only tournament in the sport where 2nd to 55th doesn't matter. Everyone's there to win, but so many people swing and do crazy stuff on day 1 to where they don't even have a shot to swing on the final day because they've swung themselves out of the event. It's like you need just a base weight to start, make your little bit of adjustments the next day. If you can get in that top 25 or top 10, then you swing when you have a shot, when you can see that fence.
It's just so hard to, I mean, the Bassmaster Classic is our world championship in professional bass angling, and when you make it there, it's real easy to say, okay, Ronnie, you have got the perfect plan. I just need to get me a good solid limit. It's hard not, it's like, I've obviously never been in a Super Bowl football, but it's hard not to throw long passes. It's hard to just grind with a running game 4 yards in a cloud of dust. I mean, it's same way in basketball now. It's hard not to shoot 3-pointers.
But you see
some days you don't need to shoot 3-pointers. You just need to make it 2 at a time.
You see that team that does the run, and around the middle of the 3rd quarter, Tommy, they'll get that play action. They'll make the long pass and catch them, or a basketball team sets the pick and roll with the same 2 guys every time, and you think you know what's coming, and then they throw the backdoor cut to someone else, and it's, you lull them to sleep. And for here in fishing, obviously it's one-on-one, no one's seeing that, but kind of know what you can expect from your competitor a little bit, and when they make that adjustment on the final day, it's catches you by surprise.
Because you're right, if you look at the history of the Bassmaster Classic, not many times, I think of 1 or 2 off the top of my head where someone comes from way back to win that final day. It's usually somebody that's just been steady, kind of around the top 5 all week, and then they finish the deal.
Or the guy who's gotten the big lead and held on.
Yes.
Which is Hank Cherry.
Bull.
Yep, slime it again.
See Matt Herron moving up from 10th to 8th place with 1 swing of the rod.
Yeah. Matt Herron's been with the Elite Series since 2009. One of the senior members out here, that is for sure. He's won a big Elite sort of adjacent event, Toyota Texas Classic, but boy, he's enjoyed all it. Sure would like to collect that first Elite Series win, though.
It's incredible. Everybody wants to be at the top of their sport, and I felt like in 2009 that was the decision I needed to make to get to the top of where I wanted to go, and that was to qualify for the Elite Series, and it's been nothing but amazing ever since. The crowds, the fan participation, the classics, just on and on and on.
No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Championship Sunday on Lay Lake on the Coosa River in Alabama. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. And this playing field, Lay Lake, is, well, it's so much history here. I mean, going way back. This is one of the first large-scale impoundments on a river in America. Lay Lake came online in 1914, believe it or not. Now that's a mature man-made lake for sure.
Definitely is. A lot of history here with the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, but most of that has been a lot sooner rather than later, back in the 1914. I don't think we had many bass tournaments.
No. They hadn't come online at that point for sure. Brandon Cobb, our current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, today going against the defending champion in Brandon.
Oh,
Paulnick. Oh, look at there.
Brandon Cobb catching another one off the bed. Caught most of his fish he weighed yesterday off there. You can see the light spot, and you got a camera with Brandon
I
Cobb.
didn't think he was that big, but I couldn't tell. He's so deep.
You know what's going to happen.
Do something. Number 4. We'd have 5 if I wasn't stupid.
Sight fishing has become a big part of this tournament. You see, Brandon Paulnick and Brandon Cobb have caught a lot of their fish.
But what happened is my back hook of my popper was on my line, and he only had a middle hook, but it was like this. And
Two anglers there on each side, anglers with college roots, to be sure.
Both leaders in our Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year races.
So they soaked up.
That's a big one right there, boy. I hooked up, buddy.
Caught a lot of his fish that he's weighed in this week in the afternoon. Certainly don't count him out.
I wouldn't get a hook. Yes, sir. Shaky fish.
That's the kind you're looking for. Pick up some ground. Coosa River, Alabama spotted bass.
She was acting crazy, wasn't she?
She's acting crazy, man.
That's right.
Fishing the current, obviously below the dam, but certain little areas of current breaks there that you can't see with your eye.
To my beautiful wife. First Mother's Day, very special. I love you.
Nice touch there from Will Davis.
Saw a little bit of another touch there, Tommy. Just as beautiful, and it was the chartreuse on the tail. The bait that he sent us last night.
Only
had
you
no,
can
hey, well, I was dialing it. It was a little tougher for him this morning. Made a little bit of adjustment. Maybe that color. He just put some more on there.
Mother's Day is nice and all, but still, come on.
It's got a good fragrance.
The chartreuse
it smells
tail
like
on
flowers.
a shaky fish is right up there with the wife, the mother of your child.
It is top tier. Top tier. I love those beautiful.
You got a
gestures
picture of
like
that for us?
I do. Not without the chartreuse.
I think we should put it on screen of knowledge. A picture of his wife and his
We've got
child,
a little
and then
heart filter. We
shaky
could
fish.
definitely do that. We could put it in a heart filter for sure.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Roll Tide.
Okay.
He's checking the tide out.
Somebody's getting baptized for a long time. I haven't seen him come up yet.
There's a net full.
Did he fall off the rock when he threw the cast net or what?
Davis cut his deficit to just under 4 pounds. He's got 4 fish.
That's
So he needs
meaningful. That is
needs a big one.
meaningful.
Davis would honestly probably love the current to be rolling so much so you wouldn't see that rock.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Now you can't even get up there in a boat when they're not running anything, right, Ronnie?
It does get shallow. There is some dicey maneuvering you got to do, obviously.
Yeah, I think minimum flow is bare minimum. You can't get there. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
You got to think at the base of that dam, it's going to be probably deeper and more dug out than other places. But then we saw that the rapids behind Will Davis, where it comes up and a lot shallower rock, and then it may drop back off after that. But you're not going to be able to get past that point probably.
So one really cool thing I've got to do, I fished behind dams my whole life, and we all have seen pictures like this, but actually go in below the bottom of a dam where those generators are.
Yeah.
And at the Clark Hill Dam, all the way down, and actually they were working on 2 of them, and actually got to go inside a big tunnel with an auger in it.
Turbine.
Yeah, it was really incredible being 120 feet below the surface of
Not
Clark
including
Hill.
practice, I've probably burned.
Please don't turn them off.
Oh my God.
12 gallons.
Eerie feeling. It really was.
You're a siren.
Because I ran around some the first day and the second day, and yesterday we burned about half a gallon probably. Day 2, I put 3 gallons in my boat. Not much, maybe not even that. I might burn 10 gallons.
Brandon Paulnick talking about the amount of gas he's burned all week long, which is, if you've ever done much tournament fishing, to fish 4 days and burn 10 gallons is very unusual.
Yeah, you're ahead of the game financially already if you can do that.
Cruised it much. Come take a little look. It looks like a phenomenal place for him to be sitting, but they just don't use it.
You're just joining us, Brandon Paulnick on the right there, our defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year from last year, 22. He's trying to win his first time in Alabama. He's got 6 victories with the Bassmasters, but he's never done so in Alabama.
No, sir.
And he is hanging in there in fine form, having led every day.
Also, if you're just joining us, the gentleman on top right has his first keeper that we've had him capture today on Bassmaster Live.
That's right. Top left, yeah.
Top left?
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm not surprised. Skipping a drop shot is about the toughest thing to skip. I can skip a glide bait better than I can skip a drop shot.
Can also say Paulnick has a big-time win in Louisiana. Bass Nation Championship was, I believe, on the Red River in 2010 when he won.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Then he almost had an even bigger win shortly later in Catawatchee in Louisiana.
Yeah,
for the
out there
Classic.
going
His first
head-to-head with
Classic, he
Kevin
gets
Van
top
Dam.
5.
Final day of the Classic.
I got
in Lake
stuck on that
Catawatchee.
stump. One came cruising by us right here, so maybe we can catch her.
One in Texas, Sam Rayburn. We're going to Texas in 3 weeks with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Looking forward to that one. Always a great show there. The fishing will be challenging, but this tournament, the fishing has been somewhat challenging, but it's been a great tournament.
Oh my gosh, we've been
far from over.
Plenty entertaining.
These tournaments where the leader necessarily can't run away from the field, like 4 or 5 pounds is like a major margin, whereas Luke Palmer, when you get a guy on a big bass body of water, and if he dials in something others haven't, he can run away and win by 14, 15. We saw Patrick Walters win Lake Fork by 29 pounds. Things like that. But when you go to the Sabine River or Lay Lake, there's going to be a lot of different factors regionally. Like somebody's going to be at the dam here at Lay Lake, somebody's going to be at the bottom of the lake, somebody's going to be in the creeks. At the Sabine River, there's going to be somebody go to Houston. You're going to have above takeoff. You're going to have the main river play. There's a lot of different factors at the Sabine, and weight-wise, it's always going to be neck and neck. Someone's going to have a tough day out of their 4 days and come back to the field if they're leader.
They do exactly what Jason Christie did yesterday. You know, have that.
Yeah.
You know, there's a potential for, you know, a 20-pound stringer at Orange, Texas, Sabine River. It'd be unlikely, yeah. Sure. Was it unlikely for Jason Christie to catch a 9.4 yesterday?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Very much so.
The only person in the field that could come up on stage after Jason Christie yesterday and feel okay about himself was Will Davis, because he had the whole crowd cheering for him, and he could tell the story about how he fishes 20, 25 tournaments at Lay, and what did he say? 10 fish between 7 and 8 pounds you'll see all year during those. So he didn't even mention, like, not 7 and up. It's like he said 7 to 8, like you said on the phone last night, Davey, and a 9.4, man. If we were maybe 3 weeks earlier, it could be close to that 11 mark for Lay Lake. Who knows?
Had a peek just a minute ago. You can tell how shallow it is where Brandon Paulnick is fishing. You see the bottom all around his boat there. Probably 2 feet deep, maybe 2.5, where he's caught a lot of his fish.
Water depth so critical here, whether the fish are found or not in some of these places. Brandon Paulnick's been playing it like the pro that he is all week long. As a result, he holds a good lead, not a shutdown lead so far on Championship Sunday, but boy, the more that clock ticks, the better his possibilities are looking for a 7th Bassmaster win. Championship Sunday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. We've got plenty more fishing on the way. We'll see who can come up with a big one, make some explosions happen out there on the water. Step back for just a minute and see you around the corner. Of the 2023 USFL season continues later today as the Memphis Showboats take on the New Orleans Breakers at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. We've got 10 anglers out here. It's Championship Sunday, 10 of them, that's the way they are distributed across the 12,000 acres of Lay Lake here, this historic bass fishing lake, which has given so many thrills to bass fans through the years, for the past 4 decades, really.
If you look at the lower end of the Lay Lake, Patrick Walters, Justin Hamner, using the forward-facing sonar, catching a lot of fish with a jerkbait. These calm conditions have been really good for them to be able to see the fish with their forward-facing sonar, but it makes it more difficult to bite. They're not as easy to trick when we have these slick, calm conditions. You see Brandon Paulnick got a little company by a few kayaks back there.
Yeah,
just noticed
he does.
Pass by his right side. It's about the only thing small enough to float other than the way he's been able to sneak back there with his big engine trimmed up and his trolling motor up at an angle. It's perfect kayak depth of water to fish where Brandon Paulnick's at.
That fighter's got one. They just can't get.
He said it this morning too. He was worried about that.
Yeah, just can't get the lake to pony up one more, I guess.
I see what you're doing there.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Bottom left of your screen.
2 good manes of hair, though,
I'd say,
we will say.
yeah, I'd say if a horse needed a new tail, you could totally donate some of the fighters, just tie it up a little bit. And...
It's a horse of a whole different color.
Yes, it is.
We ran that one into the ground.
We've been here all week.
Beat a dead horse, as we might say.
Yeah.
Never stops, does it?
Nope. It's always been there.
Meanwhile, Jason Christie has changed the color of his frog. A midday change in color.
I'll say, if I get to show you at the screen of knowledge, Davey, he did send me both colors of frog this morning, or when he sent me the photo as well. So I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason when he switches it, but yeah.
Paulnick with a little keeper I do not think will help him.
But he's another little tiny one. Like, he's not going to help. 165. $165 is our smallest. And our biggest is is the first one we caught, a 2.5 pounder. So we've a lot of work to do to make a run at this thing.
So he's pretty close on his bass track estimates there.
Came off one of those stumps right there.
We didn't approve yesterday, but you approved today, Such?
Well, he's got a small of 1 pound 6 ounces in there, and he just said, 165.
I think that first fish that he's calling 2.5 was bigger than 2.5. Other than that, they've looked pretty consistent.
Mm-hmm. Now, yesterday we got fooled. Jason Christie put his 9 pound 4 ounce fish in, is 7 pounds on Bass Track. He had 18 total, but when he came in, it was 23 pounds, so he was way shy.
He was suffering from shock at that point. I think probably we have to forgive him that.
I will give him a pass. We haven't seen anything over 7 this week, so when you see one, you're like, it may be 7, but or it may be 9, but it doesn't matter.
He thought it was a 4 or 5 pounder swimming around.
See that bait swimming, I'm just waiting for a 5 pounder to be chasing it.
Good look there. Brandon Paulnick's graph. That is actually his graph on the front of his boat you see in the right corner of our screen.
Mm-hmm.
Humminbird Mega View 360. Able to see those stumps and brim beds that are out in the center of this
tough to
flat
see
pocket.
much.
Brim beds on 360 look like the craters of the moon.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you look at it, yeah.
Great way to describe it.
Let's get it out to Brian New. Brian New has made a move up the leaderboard during the course of this day. Just 7th now.
Exactly where he caught a fish just a few minutes ago. Same cast. Small worm, shaky head.
What's up, dog?
Good one.
Yeah.
That'll move him up.
He had a very similar path to making the final day like Jason Christie, whereas, he had 2nd place after day 1, didn't have a limit. Even though Jason had a small limit, he had a kicker, Brian New did, a 5 pounder on day 2, was 11th place, and then moves into 10th. Going into the final day, he just missed that 9 pounder like Jason Christie. He would have loved to have that yesterday, moved up even higher. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, kind of talking about a couple of the 3 guys. We prefaced it. It's a 3-guy runaway starting the day, but we know the drama that can happen on Championship Sunday. We've seen Jay Shakura rise up there. Justin Hamner's caught quite a few fish. Matt Herron's catching some quality, and you always got to think about Brandon Cobb in the mix, at least for the 2023 season. He has been the whole time. But thinking about some Bass Pro Shops top lures, we got to talk to our top 3 anglers, and they sent us their go-to bait, the one, bullet in their gun that they have used this week. And for Brandon Paulnick, that has been an X-Zone Deception worm. It is a 6-inch finesse worm that you can rig multiple ways. He's got it on a drop shot this week. Not too heavy of a weight because he's fishing in ultra shallow water. He'll probably use a similar setup at times when he's fishing deeper brush, maybe a heavier weight, maybe a little heavier line at times, but he is fishing around some objects like stumps and maybe some brush and also some grass. Anytime you do that, you might want to bump up your main leader or your braid backing, whichever one. Brandon's been using that flawlessly. He has caught a few fish on a frog as well, and that brings me over to 2nd place. Jason Christie did a lot of his work we saw on camera with the frog. He had mixed in a brown frog as well as like a tree frog color, a green frog with a white belly. Been alternating between those two depending on what conditions. You know, we're seeing him now switch up midday with the brown frog. But yesterday's game changer, that wacky rigged Yum Dinger, it's a very simple, one of the most basic baits of all time. And even though he uses on a spinning rod, lighter line at times, and it is a technique that you land a lot of the fish you catch, he was throwing it around those lily pads in cover that he didn't expect to get it out. So he kind of made that his Hail Mary last after the fish did not react to the frog yesterday. I'll throw the wacky rig over there. If it bites it, I'll figure it out as I go along. He did figure out how to land in the chaos a 9-4 on that, and that is the reason he is in contention today. And then Will Davis, the guy who knows the most about Lay Lake in our top 10 today. He is the local hero from Sylacauga, Alabama. He is using the Davis Bait Company Shaky Fish. That is a scrounger type lure. He talked about the material that they make the bill out of, how useful that is, how helpful, how much action it gives it, and then he puts that X-Swim fat minnow, I believe, on the back of that. And it really doesn't have a paddle tail to thump back there because all the thump that you need comes from the front of the bait. That is just, it gives it a little bit more flash and action. You can see this one, I was wrong. He did have a little bit of chartreuse on it. It's worn off. This was obviously at the end of the day, but he has freshened it up and caught some fish. We'll see if maybe the tentative schedule at Logan Martin is a little wrong and they maybe put a little more water out. We may see a couple kickers come his way in quick order.
Let's get back out on the lake right now.
I love seeing guys neck and neck with way different baits in way different regions of the lake that you can still get to the same formula of a winning weight or a total weight with so many different approaches.
Saw Brandon Cobb catch a pretty good one off a bed a little while ago.
Not making the same mistake again. I can see my hook, so I'm gonna grab him. And I caught my popper. See, this is why I don't grab him. Got him in the mouth.
Another fish.
Got a
Brandon
limit.
Cobb off the bed.
Mm-hmm.
Where's number 5 buoy? Where's number 5 buoy? Find my 5. I don't know where it went. Right there. That first one, I don't know. I thought it was running bluegills on a bed, but I guess it was just bed.
We should move him up ahead of Brian New, actually, who just moved up into 6th place.
There we go.
Looking forward next weekend to go on a fishing trip with Brandon Cobb, Patrick Walters, and maybe even Brian New is going to join in on the crowd. We got a little special place planned to go try to catch a few fish.
Sounds like fun.
You betcha.
Tom, you want to go fishing somewhere since we didn't get invited?
Oh, yeah,
Well, this is a South Carolina retreat.
Oh, okay.
We can go down to Foosh Creek.
Yeah, it can come to us with how much rain we've had.
It's
we don't
just
have to
about
go
at
to
us
it.
right now.
Will Davis, slow start this morning, but you watch. You see there, currently in 2nd place unofficially. He is creeping back up there.
He is.
A lot of fishing time left.
Even though I didn't.
His best time of the day has definitely been in the afternoon.
At least made you feel like you were still around some fish.
Caught one right here on this corner of the riprap
Hey,
before it
I'm
gets to
not
the
seeing
dam
much
yesterday, and now he may be easing up to the wall, actually, for the first time that we've seen today.
Yep.
It's starting to,
sure
maybe the
if
water's
we're gonna
starting
have
to
to-
pop up a little bit.
Cobb's Fish gives us 5 limits, and he's going to jump back where he started in 5th place.
Starting to see the birds showing up, gulls flying around and so forth.
Yep.
Could be a harbinger.
Yeah. I hope that fella got off the. No, he's still standing on that rock.
Oh man.
Yeah, he needs to pay attention to the whistles and stuff.
When the ground starts to shake, they don't even have to fire the siren. You know something's coming. It's a lot of water. And just know, for anyone at home, you're watching Will Davis. He lives on this lake, knows it. You can still make mistakes, but a couple keys. And make sure you have your life jacket on at all times if you're within 800 yards of the bank or of the dam, I believe, even if they're not actively pushing water out of it to a great extent. You need to have that on there, and then obviously either go with someone that knows how to fish around the base of dams, because it can get dangerous in a hurry for people when they, especially with more current coming out of there.
It's some work, you know, keeping yourself in position down. These Coosa River guys, though, I mean, you just about have to have that skill set.
It's work. It also can be dangerous. Got to know what you're doing, and he does.
Gotta keep our eye on Will Davis, that is for sure. Closest to our leader, Brandon Paulnick at this time. Knowing Brandon Paulnick, though, just absolutely going by the book, nothing flashy. Just getting it done. Sometimes, more often than not, as a matter of fact, that's what secures the win out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But still, chances for things to happen, big things, in fact, to happen. We saw big things happen yesterday. A giant for Jason Christie. What is yet to come on this day? We got more fishing on the way. Stick around, and we will be right back.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
2023 has been a heck of a year for the Bassmasters. After a couple of tournaments in Florida and Georgia, we headed right to the World Championship, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic once again for the second time in Knoxville, Tennessee, at the top of the Tennessee River here. And had a great event, just as we had before. Record crowds. You saw some of them at the takeoff there, and of course in Thompson Bowling Arena, big crowds every day. The records set yet again. 4.5 million people have been reached by that classic on all the different media platforms. Just a terrific, very successful event in this one-of-a-kind sport, and the first of a kind, first Canadian classic winner in the form of Jeff Gustafson, Gussie, taking that classic down there on the Tennessee River, doing something a little bit different from everyone else. And of course, it's the time of year when we turn our eyes to what everybody's working for out there today to make it to the Classic in 2024. That's the BOK Center, downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma. Another great bass fishing town, and we look so much forward to that. And the fishing on Grand Lake. Grand Lake of the Cherokees never fails to please the crowds and please the fishermen out there. It's a great venue. It's going to be a great Classic in 24 as we get back out on the water. Beeswax Creek on Lay Lake, and our leader, Brandon Paulnick.
There are currently 8 of our top 10 fishing today that are inside that Classic cut. 40 is the number you need to be at, no matter what, guaranteed, with double qualifications or not. 40th is the place to be. And Seth Feider is in 40th, and he's 10th right now, so he should leave today still inside the Classic cut.
And his top 10 finish helped Jason Christie get inside. He was lingering. He started 99th, and then he was in the 60s, upper 60s.
Right,
now he's inside our 40.
Had the most activity. Kind of on both sides, so I'm thinking that's just the difference between a lot of the ones the first day. A lot of them spawn back there, and then there's more brim beds out toward the front here, so they've just kind of transitioned from that spawn more towards post spawn, chasing the brim and stuff. Man, they're not easy to catch though. Gotta know there's a 3+ pounder in this gap somewhere. Like, do we make the right cast or not to catch him? That
creek that Brandon's in is certainly known to have a good population of fish, but I'm not so sure I'd want to go fishing there tomorrow. The way he is worked this place over for the last 4 days.
He is put a serious hurt on it
next
for
week,
sure.
boy, is going to be popping.
Thank you, sunshine.
Probably would go to another area of Lay Lake.
We did a story after the 2010 Classic where the top 4 or 5 competitors were all in Beeswax Creek. We went there the next day and it was loaded with locals fishing it. Alex listed at 9.2. He may be closer to 10 pounds, maybe a little bit light on all those. All those guys kind of round down a little bit on their bass track estimates.
Yeah, that's bad news, Such. I was actually trying to keep a few of those guys from coming. I was planning on going there tomorrow on my way home. Slide the boat in, not burn much fuel, just a couple gallons.
It's going to be emptied out by Brandon Paulnick.
Actually, I'm going to Gunner for.
I'm not going to be able to see him at all, really. Just because I have the worst angle possible.
I think that's a little bit of reason why some guys underestimate. They don't want a lot of boats coming in on them. I can understand that fishing. It kind of happened to you here at this Classic, didn't it? That you had some company that maybe made you ease up a little bit?
Oh, back in those days, before Bassmaster Live, so many of our fans would, you know, the only way to really keep track would be out on the water themselves.
Sure, yeah. And be a live audience.
Certainly in the 90s.
30, 40, 50 boats around, guys.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It was nothing uncommon for, you know, if you were in contention at the Bassmaster Classic to have 30 to 70 boats. I think at one time David Fritz, you know, on High Rock Lake, his home water, they counted 70 plus boats following him from place to place. Yeah. That changes things. I mean, you just imagine, you know, out on a weekend and you might see 70 boats, but I'm talking about 70 boats moving all in one creek or out of one creek. It was a
pile up your fishing big time.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll always remember this story. My first Bassmaster Classic covering with B.A.S.S. was 2014 in Lake Guntersville. Chris Jones had won an Open on the Arkansas River at a Muskogee to qualify for the Classic. He wasn't a normal Elite Series pro. He was one of the additional 10 or 12 that make the Classic. He had a similar rap to Kevin Van Dam, obviously the biggest name in the sport, especially in his heyday, 2014, around that time. He takes off day one of the Classic, Chris Jones does, and gets to his spot, had a similar boat wrap to KVD's, didn't realize it, and there was like 25 boats following him. They followed the wrong boat, and he said, what have I gotten myself into? This is the Bassmaster Classic. He said, there was a wake for a mile coming into my cove because I stopped where I wanted to fish. I didn't stop thinking someone was going to follow me.
And that's 25, imagine.
Oh,
3
I know.
times.
Oh, my God.
When they realized it wasn't KVD, they half them back out.
I heard they threw
them?
tomatoes and they booed him, and then they left. No, they didn't do that.
Did I spook one over there?
Oh, thinking of those old classics.
Yeah, man.
Had 4 of them here. How about some trivia?
Oh, well, you better ask this one, huh?
I'm going to have to recuse myself like you said there. Ronnie, by how many ounces did Davey Height lose the 96 Classic? Is that A, 13 ounces, B, 15 ounces, C, 17 ounces, or D, 19 ounces? What do you think? You want to go first, Ronnie?
Yeah, I'll go first. I literally, because 17 ounces and 19 ounces goes over a pound, I thought it was 8. I thought it was 1, 2, but I'm wrong because it's not an option. So I'll go C, 17 ounces, 1 pound, 1 ounce deficit.
C, 17.
Yeah, you know, the legend's always a pound when David lost it by a pound, so, you know, but the legends get rounded off too. So I would say it's rounded down. I'm say 15. Oh, you're right.
It was rounded up. Thank you.
1 pound short.
C,
of George
17
Cochran.
ounces.
So it was 1 pound. I needed 17 ounces for the win, I guess it was. But it was 1 pound, but 17 ounces. So.
That's right. Yeah.
I was trying to get you to tell that story that the camera boats came in on you, thought you might have won and might have eased up.
Oh,
while
I did.
George
The final
Cochran
2 hours, I got caught up in the moment with all the camera boats and questions asking me how winning the Bassmaster Classic was going to change my life. And they should have been asking me how finishing second in the Classic was going to change my life.
Hey, it motivated you, and 3 years later, you did get it done.
It
and
did
you
motivate.
didn't take your foot off the pedal on that one either.
It really did motivate me like never before.
David Williams, Elite Series pro, currently on the Elite Series, North Carolina native, just texted me that he was one of the 70 that was following Fritz at High Rock that day, and he said he was the one doing donuts around. No, he didn't say the second part, but he said he was a part of the flotilla back in the day.
As we get out to Brandon Cobb. Yeah, there's some great pictures. That was fun days, but it's a lot safer now the way it is. People
Speaking of
watching
great
Bassmaster
pictures,
Live. Yeah, how about that? Oof.
If that's one, and it looks like one, and
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh.
Because it
kind of made a turn.
Good shot.
Gee, barely moving.
It's a great shot. There are some anglers that were in this tournament that are not fishing today saying, "Are you kidding me?" Here we go.
Oh my goodness.
Got him in the mouth.
I must admit, the camera made it look a little bigger than it was.
Normally it's the other way around.
9-pounder.
Dang.
Great.
Objects on the bed may appear larger than they actually
Does it get any better than that live TV?
That is good.
That's awesome.
I still think that other than maybe a topwater blow up, when you pitch over there 10, 20 times and you see one turn on it and flare its gills and
we don't want to have in there.
convince it to bite, that is the coolest thing.
It was worth fishing for.
Good call for Brandon Cobb.
A pound maybe or more?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Oh man, Lay Lake has been super entertaining all week long. Man, that's a highlight right there.
That is awesome right there. And our sport has changed so much. We were just talking about the 1990-something classics, and boy, we didn't have this back
No, we
then.
didn't
Not
see
live
that.
coverage like this. That's incredible.
Really good stuff from our leader, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Showing just a little bit of why he's in that position right now. The man in the position on top in this tournament, though, is another former, in fact, defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year champion, Brandon Paulnick. Getting closer and closer. Weigh-in is going to happen at 3 p.m. local time, 4 p.m. Eastern time, so plenty of fishing time available for our 10 anglers out there today, but it's going to get more and more urgent for some of them to do something big. Well, after a wild and heated race in Kansas, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Darlington for Throwback Weekend at the Goodyear 400. See who will rise up and conquer the Lady in Black. Pre-race begins today at 1:30 Eastern, then engines fire at 3, all on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Just around the corner from us.
Not afraid to put my hands on you, Tommy. If you bump me too hard in the corner today, you better watch it.
Darlington, don't mess with me at Darlington.
You don't even need to get bumped at Darlington to get you a Darlington
I don't
stripe.
even show up.
Yeah, it just happens there naturally.
A lot of the old footage of the fights when they just turned up, pulled the helmets off, and went at it on the track or at Darlington.
Bobby Allison in the back stretch.
Yeah.
It don't matter where.
Darrell Waltrip and Bobby Allison.
Bobby Allison was an avid bass fisherman.
Hooked up. Paulnick keyed up on one there.
That's a good fish. You're going this side, okay? Oh, please stay on there. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. He's way bigger than I thought he was. Yes!
Oh, that's huge for Brandon Paulnick. Smallest fish, 1 pound, 6 ounces. That's going to help him.
Oh, gosh.
Close to 2 pounds, pound and a half?
Yes.
Say 2 pounds.
Might be his biggest fish of the
So
day.
glad I saw that little fry
There's
flicker.
a 3-pounder lurking right around the corner here.
That thing's way healthier than I thought it was. That was like a 2-pounder. 2 1/2, 2 3/4. Green.
3-pounder.
Thank you. Huh? That was like almost a 1.5 pound upgrade. Okay.
Wow.
We got 11 pounds. What was he?
Just took a 3-pound
Okay,
lead,
that's
made
one
it
of
a
the right
5
bites.
3/4 pound lead.
It's one of the right bites.
That is huge right there.
It really is.
That's just one of the crazy variables with this sport. He has been back and forth in this small area every hour of every day. And he's still finding new fish that are moving, like actively changing. The conditions are actively changing during the day. Even though the weather looks the same, these fish are on the move still.
Well, we've
In
talked
and
about it
out.
all week, and I've heard some of the anglers talk about it, weigh in. Fish is almost like a tidal river.
So awesome
with fish
on
moving
camera.
in and out with the change in water levels.
Oh, you couldn't? Gosh. I should have had.
Man, well, we talk about the best we have seen so far today. This is it.
Yeah, you got to say Marathon Peak Performances for today with that catch, Brandon Paulnick, but for the week. I mean, to lead a Bassmaster Elite event for 4 days, and he's still unofficially leading it, is absolutely incredible. You don't see it very often, and like you were saying, Ronnie, in one small, the back of one particular creek. It's a great creek, a lot of history here, but
that other one was
Brandon Paulnick, Marathon Peak Performance. Absolutely. What he's been able to do in this one area with 2 days ago, he thought, I might be done. I just can catch me a little lemon and get out of here with a good tournament. But he's going to get out here with a lot more than just a good tournament.
I never would have thought. I thought this would have been a tournament, Tommy, where it was led by 4 different guys over 4 different days.
Sure.
And it would never, the volatility at the top of the leaderboard. But since that 19-pound day, I said maybe he's going to be in protect mode and just get a minimal 13, 14 a day and he'll be fine. He has got 16, got 15, and so he's honestly outpaced the field. And without a 9-pounder, it would have been almost a done deal coming into the day, it seemed.
How about that for a guy who grew up fishing in Idaho and Coeur d'Alene Lake up there, so you couldn't find a place much more different from Lay Lake. Boy, he has proven he can do it everywhere from East Texas to multiple times in the Empire State of New York. He is a special, special individual.
The cool thing about our sport, about bass fishing, is that it doesn't matter where you're at right now watching this. You can make it to this level, right? There is opportunity for everybody. Doesn't matter where you're from, what your cultural upbringing is. Doesn't even matter how much money you have. There is opportunity for everyone to make it. Every guy here has a story, of struggle and financial problems and all of these things. But they had a dream, they wanted to make it, they had a passion, and this is a sport that actually saved a lot of guys, right? That it gave them something to hold on to and to dream about. And I know when I was 8 years old, growing up in Idaho, everyone said there's no way you're gonna fish professionally on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And I pretty much dedicated my entire life to it. And so I'm a perfect example of being able to come from a place that's not known for bass fishing and being able to make it to the top level of this sport. So if I can do it, any kid out there watching right now is able to make it.
Won the Bass Nation Championship in 2010 and never looked back. I mean, it has been straight to the top for Brandon Paulnick.
We just saw him, Dave, you can always tell an angler's mannerisms on if it's better than they thought or what that scale said that we can't see the side. When his eyebrows raised and his mouth changed, it was a 3.6 that he put in. So not just a 3-pounder, almost a 3.5-pounder for him.
Gets his lead back closer to 6 pounds, and that is very, very, well, that's an important milestone on his pathway through this afternoon here.
Yep. With Will Davis and Jason Christie both one short of their limits, they'd need that kicker to get them to that 14-pound mark to be right there with Paulnick, but
certainly possible. Like I said,
we
saw
don't discount
Jason
that.
Christie. What can happen here? He did yesterday, but like you said, Tommy, Ronnie, that's at this point on the final day, they get an uphill battle to catch up with him.
Oh.
3-pound fry garter.
It looks like Jason Christie is maybe going uphill with his boat.
Yes.
Now he's downhill. I don't see the mud now.
Remember that other little brim bed's right up here too. I lost that one.
And Paulnick listed unofficially as having 11-2 in his live well. He's mentioned throughout the week, every day, 15 pounds is goal.
If you would have caught 11 a day, you would have made the cut. Like 11's not a terrible bag here this week. It's just not enough for us to do what we need to do.
I think this is a huge lesson for the fans watching at home as well. For someone like me, you know, I fished in college, but I'm not a pro by any means.
We're gonna go.
I would
make it just
cruise the bank, cruise the grass, in and out, quick, done. Like some of these elite pros might have fished this. You never come back here once again. He's hooked up right now.
Yeah.
But how, when you make a lap, you just fish slow. When it's tough, instead of running around like a chicken with your head cut off.
We caught that one late yesterday.
Fish slow. You
we
can
saw
win.
that one good, like 3.5 pounder on that one brim bed. And I feel like there's potential for some good ones over there.
Yeah, and to your point, Ronnie, that Will Davis Jr., for his age, has so much knowledge here on Lay Lake, and knows hundreds of places that Brandon Paulnick does not know about. Brandon, get in one good area, dissect it, and capitalize on what you can in that one area, and it's proven to be probably a blue trophy for him. We'll see. A lot of time left, though.
Confidence in your abilities, confidence in your decision making. Stay in a place like that, never make a move. That says a lot about Brandon Paulnick and the stage he has reached in the sport of bass fishing. He's got it all. He is the total package. And Will Davis, Brian New, Jason Christie, Jay Shakurit, and all of them have to do something pretty dramatic upcoming here on Lay Lake.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
It's always the ultimate day of every one of these Bassmaster Elite Series events on the regular schedule. Championship Sunday. We're going full speed here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake. Our field has been cut down to 10 anglers. We've had some fantastic Championship Sundays so far this season. Started down in the state of Florida, South Florida. Nearer the start of the year on Lake Okeechobee. Tyler Rivette, first-time winner on the Elite Series, and just fooled everybody is what he was going to do.
He definitely did. Lake Okeechobee, you think about flipping and pitching, all the different types of vegetation, maybe some sight fishing going on, but Tyler Rivette used forward-facing sonar in the Kissimmee River, not far from takeoff, kind of similar to Brandon Paulnick. A lot of other people in the field running all over the lake, burning a lot of gas. He didn't burn a lot of gas, stayed close, and was able to hold his first blue trophy to start the 2023 Elite season.
Yeah, flexing for the people out there. Joey Cifuentes, another first-time winner at our next stop, Davey, Lake Seminole.
We expected to see the forward-facing sonar be a player here the time of year, and the lake being Lake Seminole, a lot of standing timber, but Joey Cifuentes was one of only a few people fishing the timber in Spring Creek using forward-facing sonar. Most of his fish being caught on a drop shot. Another first-time winner.
Yeah, Drew Benton, you warned us about Lake Murray. You and many others said, look, this place is on fire, and man, it was.
Boy, Lake Murray has definitely been on fire for a number of years. It's fishing very, very good right now, but Drew Benton going against the grain a little bit. Most of the anglers were focusing on the blueback herring spawn, the shad spawn. He focused on sight fishing. Up until the last day, he changed it up a little bit and caught some fish on a square bill crankbait, shallow. Those fish were around the shad spawn a little bit. But then he went back to sight fishing, was able to catch a 5 and a 6 pounder late. Come back from 10th place on the final day to hold another blue trophy over his head.
Yeah, it was a dominating performance for Luke Palmer of Oklahoma, our third first-time winner of the year at the Santee Cooper Lake.
So Luke Palmer finally getting that blue trophy because he has done so well on a few years out on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Very, very consistent. oftentimes in the top 20, which is really, really good, but had not held a trophy until Santee Cooper Lakes, and he did it in a very dominating way. 14 pounds was his margin of victory, which is basically unheard of. You don't hear those double-digit margins of victory very often out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
In the 18 years of the Bassmaster Elite Series, he was the 6th highest winning margin of victory, 14 pounds, 3 ounces.
It was something. Brandon Cobb again.
Brandon Cobb, I see a light spot, and here comes a fish.
In the mouth.
It's
not quite 2.5, but oh God, that floor is so hot, keeps burning my knees.
Floor's a little warm, but those little shiny latches, they
oh boy,
they're really, really hot.
Have you ever felt that? Hey, if you are a NASA aficionado and you want to go see the moon or the sun or something, just get on a boat at Lay Lake, 90 degrees today, and step on one of those. That's the surface of the sun right there.
Those latches burn me so bad.
Rim beds on the 360 look like the moon, and
let's see if I can
those
eyeball it.
silver latches on your boat on a 90-degree day feel like the sun.
That's the B.A.S.S. space program for you in a nutshell.
That's about exactly right.
We're not far from Huntsville, where you can see
we're not.
See the shuttle on the highway.
I don't think I can eyeball any of them.
Temperature's approaching 90 degrees if you haven't checked, if you're just checking in with us. It's a warm, warm day. Midsection of Alabama.
Oh.
Sounds like a spinning rod for Brian New.
Brian New, his last two have come on a spinning rod. The first two with a buzz bait.
Just for you, Andy.
Bait caster, but
maybe not.
Another fish with a spinning rod. Another good one. Brian New starting in 10th place, the bottom of the field that are fishing today on Championship Sunday is definitely known to be one of the best come from behind anglers. Could we have someone else come from 10th place to win on Championship Sunday like Drew Benton did?
Well, that's
yes,
a good
sir.
one. Wow.
Yes, sir. Boy, he's got to be wishing he had a few of those on day two.
No doubt. No, if he had 2 1.5 pounders on day 2, he'd be so much closer.
Boom, 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 boom.
He's making money right now, though.
Yeah.
Moving from 10th up to 3rd place is quite a bit of money difference.
And just he was 85th in points, in 9th place on Bass Track. He moved up into the top 4, and he's 81st. He's moved up 4 spots with just 5 or 6 positions. So it is point by point, and we're to the point in the season he needs to stack another good one and another good one if he wants to be in the top 40 for the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, Ronnie, he started this event 101st in AOY points.
Which is
He's got 20 right now with this finish. He's got a big bag of the day, 14.5 pounds.
It's always good when you start 10th and you have a Bassmaster photographer come take photos. You know that you've already gained some points. You don't know how many, but you know that, hey, I'm a guy today for sure. I'm factoring.
Almost 8 pounds in his last 2 fish. 312 and a 4 there.
All the way up to 3rd place unofficially.
I don't even want to mention the rod count now. I'm seeing a whole nother, stack of them.
Oh, he always has that other stack. Yeah,
oh, no doubt.
They're pretty orderly, though, comparatively.
Yeah, it's as orderly as you can be with 30 rods on the day.
Right. Spider with a keeper in the boat. Been slow for Seth this morning.
Very, very slow.
Okay.
I'll take it. I was like, why is something pulling on my jig? I'm reeling it in.
He's another one big climb this week. 61st start in AOI points. He's in 40th right now with his
the last man
top
in.
10 finish.
Yeah, you look at Brian New being where he was and Seth Fighter. You just got to think at some point they're going to move up. They're not going to stay.
This isn't a reflection of their fishing ability. 2021, Seth Fighter was the man on top of the world, not in the Super Bowl officiating the Classic, but Angler of the Year, he got a 3rd, 29th, 25th, a 6th, 12th, 24th, and then a couple more in the top 12 to win Angler of the Year.
Justin Hamner.
It's amazing the way things have started to light up here in the last 5 or 10 minutes.
No kidding.
It's just hitting afternoon there, noon at Lay Lake.
Not a bad one there for Hamner at all.
Well, I think he's really low on his 5 fish. He's got 5 for about 6 pounds. I thought he's had some more 2-pounders in there. This will be our 6th Elite Series champion, crowned on Mother's Day. Can you guess who the last one was?
Wow. The most recent one?
Yeah, the most recent one.
We know the iconic 2015 one at Havasu when Aaron Martins
yes,
was that
and
the last
his mother
one?
was there, Carol. That was our last one.
The most recent one.
Aaron Martins
Is it?
actually did it twice. He did it on Guntersville in 2009.
Huh.
And Steve Kennedy, 2011, a West Point win was on Mother's Day.
How ironic is that Aaron Martins did it twice, and he grew up with his mom being like his fishing partner.
Oh, yeah.
Sure left a big hole in the fishing world.
One of the best. Say he, even though he's from Idaho, we can classify that as West Coast. It's not coastal, but we'd loop it in with the West Coast. And
pretty
you're
much.
talking about Aaron Martin, Such, and the impact he's had on the sport. How many anglers have come from California? He moved to Alabama, early in his career, but how many anglers came from the West Coast adopting styles that Aaron Martins did? I would say Brandon Paulnick is somebody who, not idolized maybe, but definitely reflected some of his game off of it, and is kind of wired that way as well. Embraced the newness of things.
Oh, I remember doing a marina, a boat dealer promotion over on the West Coast. Maybe after I won my first Angler of the Year or something. And this young guy, they had a hog trough, a big bass tank to do seminars and demonstrations. And I met a young angler, the local guy that people said was going to really be an up-and-comer. His name was Aaron Martins. Did the first drop shot seminar I ever heard. Aaron Martins, before he started fishing.
That's great.
B.A.S.S. Just before he started.
Stump right behind that little piece of grass. The little thin line is that little piece of grass. There's a stump right behind it. This looks like there's a couple of fish right there. Finicky little things. Ooh. Too fast, too fast.
Definitely a few fish there. Forward-facing sonar is on the trolling motor, so when he turns it, you see those fish sometimes, and then when he directs it away from them, obviously you can't, but it's like shining a flashlight under the water where that beam goes. It's got to be pretty precise on where you're trying to pinpoint those fish. I'd say Brandon Paulnick has been very precise all week.
Oh boy.
on
Surgeon.
point, whatever synonym you want to put.
Clock keeps ticking, and Brandon Paulnick closer and closer to his 7th Bassmaster victory. Very important one here in the middle of our season at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Good, healthy lead right now, just unofficially, just under 6 pounds ahead of Will Davis. I knew making his big move in the afternoon, or the hour before afternoon exactly here. Into 3rd place, Jason Christie, Brandon Cobb. More action, though, on the way. We're going to step away for just a second and be right back.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Back out on Lay Lake on Championship Sunday. There's a big old
hey there, fella.
familiar rat-looking critter right there. Nutria-looking guy. They're doing a little fishing of his own. Lots of life in this area here. Some of it domestic, some of it not. But boy, we have got a great, great final day, as we always have on Championship Sunday. We're down to 10 anglers. And among the 10, a man who was the defending most consistent angler from last year, 2022, Brandon Paulnick, is leading, and his lead looks more and more formidable with each passing hour. We're getting closer and closer to that 3 p.m. time, local time, Central Time, and that's when the weigh-in will begin. He's going to hold it together till then.
Looking at that map of the lake, we only have 10 anglers out there today, and there were literally was one angler at the Lay Lake Dam and one angler all the way upriver as far as you can go right at the Logan Martin Dam, spread out throughout the whole lake.
About 10 miles apiece.
Yes.
Apart. Or 5 miles apart, that's what.
He was not very big. He was hooked right in the side of the gill plate. Oh, dang it. I think I can see that little stump now.
We've learned more and more about Beeswax Creek watching Brandon Paulnick for 4 days. You see the dock and the little cut. That's where he lost on day 2. He lost that fry garter on the glide bait. He has caught
bunch of fish.
80 or 90% of his fish looks like within 200, 300 yards. One little small stretch. As we just looked at the map, seeing anglers fishing from one dam to the other, a 45-mile stretch, and Brandon Paulnick has caught most of his fish in just a few hundred yards. The same couple hundred yards for 4 days. Curious about the kettle or the pot on the front of his boat there, front left there of his graphs.
His big old Yeti water jug.
Jeez, holy.
Oh, that is, man.
That is a water jug.
You mentioned it, Tommy. I mean, since early in his career, we've known he's a winner, but when he went wire to wire at Bull Shoals, he had to get off the water and get a hook out of his hand, but it was a dominant
they had to take him to the hospital,
Yeah.
and then he went back out and fished.
Yeah.
Fished an old submerged bridge from Highway 14 up there in northwest Arkansas.
It was, and I was in that event like I mentioned earlier, but that showed me, that was his first victory, but Brandon Paulnick has always been one to win, to try to win an event, not to just get up there on the bank like 90% of the other anglers in that event, including myself. He was always looking for something a little different, a chance to hold that blue trophy over his head, not just make a living, but be a winner in this sport.
Going the farthest from the takeoff there on the St. Lawrence River all the way into Lake Ontario and getting it done in 2013. We take you down to a completely different sort of atmosphere at Lake Rayburn in 2017. What a great victory that was.
Yeah, he had 2 or 3 brush piles that were really, really good to him in that event, was able to not catch as many fish as some of the other anglers, but there again, focusing on those bigger fish, catching 5 of the right size fish to win there at Sam Rayburn.
The victory at Lake Champlain. Really loves New York, this guy, and for good reason.
And that's always the debate when we go to Champlain. We will be there this year, Tommy, for the next to last stop of the season. But every time we go there, will largemouth win Will smallmouth win? Will a mixed bag win? And in that season, we thought maybe largemouth had a shot, and Brandon won it with all smallmouth, 20 smallmouth to get the win.
I was on the water that event, covering that event, and man, did he catch some big fish that final day to make the move and have that victory. It was, I think, 24 pounds or so, which is
yeah. I think he broke
back
80.
then was incredible, the amount of smallmouth. Now we've seen that a few times.
Big win in 2020, a really sort of not the traditional time you go to Santee Cooper, but in the fall more of the year, but he really made it work.
Yeah, honestly, in the fall of the year, to have 72 pounds for 4 days is really incredible what Brandon Paulnick did there. And once again, fishing a lot of different ways, caught that big fish that final day on a drop shot in a brush pile. Was very, very fortunate to land that fish.
He formulates a game plan and he commits to it.
Both he and Christie are tied with Elite Series wins at 5.
5 Elite Series wins? So his nation win, he's got 6 total, one's the nation win, and the other 4 are Elite Series
wins. He got an
wins?
open.
Oh, and
Christie's got 2 opens in the Classic.
Okay.
With his 5 Elites.
Yeah.
Of course, Brandon has 2 Angler of the Year titles. Christie doesn't think, since he's kind of roller coaster guy, he doesn't think he can. He said he doesn't think he's a fisherman who can win an AOY.
Wouldn't sell Jason Christie short of
No, I
anything
won't.
fishing.
I won't.
Exactly. Well, before we say bye to you guys on Fox Sports 1, if you're a fantasy fishing player, fantasy sports take over our world, and they, you know, as the guys will attest in studio here, they are something I fascinate about all the time, how to try to get the best team, and we always rib each other on who does get the best team. My team wasn't the best this week. I had a bunch of guys in the top 20 and a bunch of guys in the bottom 20, so one to the spectrum to the other, but the best team this week, normally when you look at the top, there might be 3 or 4 teams tied for the same point total, meaning they picked the same exact 5-man lineup for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, but that's not the case this week. We have one top team, a few points behind them, another team, a few points behind there, another team, and they all consist of the base of these 4 anglers, one person varying for those top respective teams. But if you didn't have Brandon Cobb in bucket A, Brandon Paulnick in bucket B, Jason Christie in bucket C, or Will Davis in bucket E, you probably missed out. They're all fishing today. They were all the best pick in those buckets by far. But then when it comes to differentiating your team, who do you pick in one of those other buckets of maybe they don't have Alabama anglers in the bucket and you can't rely on a local or something like that? Who do you pick? Well, bucket D, there were 3 different X Factor anglers that we can say that respectively were top, second, and third teams overall. Gary Klaus, we had him on camera a couple times this week. He dropped down a little bit on day 2, rose back up on day 3, finished the event in 13th place. He's a part of the best team in fantasy fishing this week. Logan Latuso, another great option in bucket D. We also had Justin Atkins on Bassmaster Live yesterday. He just missed the cut as well. He's another solid option, giving you the 3rd best team. One thing though I'll say, guys, is in Mercury Drain the Lake, you know, each tournament game mode for fantasy gives you bonus points for the biggest bag of the tournament, the biggest bass of the tournament. Jason Christie has you, if you have him on your team, you get both of those because he had 23 pounds on day 3, the biggest bag of the tournament, and that 9.4 as well. So you'll get some extra points there. But in Mercury Drain the Lake, it's a big time X factor to pick the winner of the event because you get double points. In the Classic, you get triple. So 300 points for the winner. If you pick the winner, you get 600 points. If you pick the winner in the Classic, you get 900. Brandon Paulnick, not a high pick this week because people probably used him at Santee Cooper or Murray, or they're saving him for the Northern Swing. So it will be interesting. Somebody will come from a couple hundred places down, get double points if they pick Brandon Paulnick, and end up being the winner of this event. Maybe it's T-San 05 or whatever your name is, Tommy.
Think so.
You are,
no, I do not.
You are our own fantasy king in here.
Well, at one point I was.
Suits, you were doing fantastic.
I've lost 4 spots today. I'm 16th overall.
Okay, I was going to give you some kudos there.
4 spots.
Suits was waiting on you to ask
Unless
him
Will
that,
Davis wins. But I
yeah.
think a lot of people got him who are doing well.
Through 4 events, Mike Sukon, our very own. I think last year I finished 50th in the world in Drain the Lake, and Such is holding the torch this year. He's 12th coming in. Now he's 16th. So
a fortunate winner out of Joyce Cifuentes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a big difference.
I've picked one winner this year, Davey, just so you know. I picked Drew Benton. I didn't use him at Seminole.
That's
I saved
good.
him for Murray because of sight fishing, and then I was feeling real bad on day 3 and
You
real
should
good
have
on
had
day
Gussie
4.
with the Classic, Ronnie. I can't believe you didn't put him in there.
Who thought late March we would have 30-degree temperatures and the smallmouth would be able to factor? A couple days later, and it wouldn't have.
Oh,
at
I
all.
think if the Classic had been one day later, yes, he would not have won that.
But a week earlier, he says he catches 20 pounds a day.
Yeah, no doubt. That blew my mind that it was still that cold.
The weird spring.
Jason Christie trying to make some magic happen. It certainly happened for him yesterday.
Wouldn't be mad if he caught
Crazy
a
9-pound
7-pounder on a
4-ouncer.
frog. Love to see that. He needed it this week, too. The next 2 stops on our schedule, the Sabine River and Lake St. Clair, places that Jason Christie has Elite Series and Opens victories, but he needed a good one at Lay Lake. And for the Mercury move of the day, for the tournament, I'll say even for his season, backing up a solid finish at Santee Cooper with a great one this week. He needed it. Went from 61st coming into this turn. Such said a couple events ago he was 99th in Angler of the Year. Yeah. He moved up to 61st after the last event and is into 38th place in Angler of the Year to start the day. The top 40 make the Classic, and the Classic next year, Tommy, Grand Lake, Oklahoma, a place he will no doubt be a favorite, one that he's came up just short of, but of his top 10s in the Classic, he's got 2 top 10s at Grand Lake in the World Championship.
Oh, yeah. He's got to make it to Grand Lake. That's an imperative for Jason Christie, that is for sure. He owns 1 Classic, and that's a good shot at him getting another one for sure. Brandon Paulnick, though, looking like a better and better shot all the time to pick up his next Elite Series victory right here in the state of Alabama, be his first victory in Alabama as he mows the states down one by one throughout his fantastic career. Will Davis, Brian New, and Jason Christie all giving chase. Well, thanks, Shannon. Big day of NASCAR starts at the bottom of the hour right here on FS1. Meanwhile, we've got a little bit more fishing to show you on our big day of Championship Sunday coverage here. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake. And one of the absolute superstars of the sport, Brandon Paulnick, closing in on his 6th Bassmaster Elite Series victory. Getting closer and closer. Of course, there is time left for someone to do something fairly dramatic and run him down, but it looks less and less likely each tick of the clock as we go through this day. 10 anglers left on this final day, doing their very best. Hats off to all of them for making it, figuring out how to get it done here on Lay Lake. It has not been a cakewalk for anybody. It has been a challenge all the way around for all of our anglers.
Yeah, it definitely has. Brandon Paulnick has led wire to wire, but even he, after day 1, and I think he was definitely telling us the truth. He said, I don't know if I can go catch 9 or 10 pounds tomorrow. So he's just been trying to do something different every day, figure out this section of Beeswax Creek, and he's done it very, very good job. Surprising to me, to be honest with you, how well he's done today with still quite a bit of fishing time left.
Christie just lost or missed one on the bottom right of your screen as well.
He swung on one, didn't he?
Kind of come to an impasse there, Tommy. You've got the 3 storylines of Brandon Paulnick. Whenever he leads, he never gives it up. Jason Christie, whenever he's close, he never loses. He always is a closer.
That's right.
And then you got the local Will Davis, and nobody knows more than him at Lay Lake. And could he overcome, all the history and be able to do what's needed? And you got all 3 of those guys still within a bite of making that happen. And we broke the over/under 60 pounds. They have officially outseeded, overachieved the expectations.
Jason Christie has upset more than
Brock
more than
Mosley
a few sets of
specifically.
plans.
Yeah, and you shouldn't bet much money against either one of the 3, even with a few hours left to fish.
Absolutely.
I would love to see how it would be in Vegas. They would have categorized today with 2 of the biggest heavy, hitters in the game.
In first and second coming into today.
TH Marine Weather Watch there, you just saw 87. Plenty warm day here in Alabama's midsection. As you can see, void of wind of just about every kind. It is just as like a sheet of glass out there all day long.
That might be the low temperature at the next stop we go to. 87
Well,
in the
you
morning,
never can
you know?
That's right. In 3 weeks, we will be teeing it up in Orange, Texas.
Might have to do your iced coffee instead of hot coffee in the morning for those.
Yeah, that slick glass makes it pleasant out on the water, but it's made it more difficult for some of these fishermen, including Will Davis. I'm sure.
He said he had a tougher day 3 yesterday, and he's only 5-12 back with 4 fish, and he's got an 11 ouncer in there. He gets 2 3.5 pounders. Yep. He's right there.
Like we said, the big bite window seems to be 12:30 to 3 o'clock local time when they check in the final buzzer.
That was good to show that, because coming in this event, we heard so many people saying, shad spawn, we got to get out there the first hour, it's going to be so crucial. And you showed the stats actually show the big bite window has been in the afternoon.
And you got to keep your focus. That's the hardest thing, Tommy, when you've been fishing all day long, just mailing it in the last hour. But these guys can just stay focused all the way to the last bite.
Yeah,
be in the right place.
There's 2.5 hours fishing time left on this day, so much can happen. Brandon Paulnick has always mentioned the 15-pound mark as being what he's going to need to feel safe, and he is not there yet. He is not there yet. Maybe he knows something we don't know. Sure looking really good at this point, though. He's had some great performances all week long, all day long here on Championship Sunday. And a great, diverse top 10 for sure.
Absolutely. Seth Fighter getting it done early to mid-morning with swimming a jig and spinnerbait a little bit. Brandon Paulnick just has done a great job just fishing what's in front of him, adjusting to the conditions, and staying in one creek this entire tournament.
It's a 3.5 pounder.
Always pressure on these guys when things get a little slow to think about moving somewhere else, and it takes some discipline to stick it out in one place, and oft times that pays off.
Speaking of discipline, just throw your rod and reel in the water when you catch a 6-pounder.
God almighty.
So fun to watch.
At that time, Brian New was happy to make a $10,000 check. Little did he know he'd be in the final day cut for the top 10.
Absolutely. Congrats to Brian New for turning his season around right here, at least for the time being. Of course, the coverage continues. That last 2.5 hours we just mentioned, Bassmaster.com, the live mix, and a little bit more of our live studio show, and 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 local time, Central Time. The weigh-in starts. You can find that on Bassmaster.com. Getting hot seat right now, occupied by Brandon Paulnick. So great to see you. Thanks for being with us today on our long, extended coverage here on FS1 of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we will see you next time in Orange, Texas in 3 weeks.
I mean, I did jerk him all the way out of the water and bounce his head off the side of the boat, so he does have reason to not want to stick around. Not wasting any time. Oh. There's a black tail right there. Get to see how big it was. Clear.
Don't do that.
Little ones like living there. Like it was in her throat. I should have just reached out and grabbed her. Dang it. Dude, she just, I seen a weight coming and it wasn't
it wasn't that big. I mean, like the wake, and it just, my frog just went under. I didn't expect for it to be that big, but she laid there too, like when she came off.
Oh, she was just sitting
Yeah, well, she was underneath the boat. Yep.
There's asking all funny.
Live on the net.
We fishing for one right now that would change the ball game. I don't know what she's gonna do though. And a stripe. That's a 5-pounder. It's hard to see. They'll never do this when I can't catch them. They'll come up there and bite it. They'll be hooked in the mouth with a jerk bait. Falling all the way out.
One of the most amazing things about this classic is the fishing freaks that showed up here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Look at that crowd. It is for the fans.
Blast off, there's all the media, the fans, family, you're in that moment.
A new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic this week in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I think everybody that shows up to the Classic wants to feel a little bit of what we are feeling.
When they open that door and pull you into that Coliseum, the adrenaline rush of that, it's insane.
All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019 have been reset here again.
6 pounds, 13 ounces! Gussie gets it done! And oh, Canada, you have a Bassmaster Classic champion!
Eagle time.
Maybe that fry garter swim.
We live? Okay, break time. Break time.
Good Lord, there's a bunch of brim around that dock. Everywhere. I got hunk. My frog yet.
Toyota, and by Dakota. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Less than 90 minutes of fishing time remain for our 10 anglers out here. Championship Sunday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake. The dam, the Logan Martin Dam there. Generating some current for our anglers. As we take a look at our unofficial leaderboard, and it still stands with Brandon Paulnick, our leader, on top. He's led each and every day of this event. Jason Christie sitting in second right now. Well, that's a good lead for Brandon Paulnick at this point, but who knows? We've still got, as we say, almost an hour and a half's fishing time. Will Davis, Brian New, Jay Shakurit, and Brandon Cobb rounding out our top six. Let's get you caught up on what we have seen today with our Toyota Midday Report. Well, let's just start it out with Brian New right here. Started the day in 10th place. Happy to be here after the frustrating season he's had so far.
Yeah, he's had a slow start this year. One that we're not used to seeing Brian New have, not at all in his few years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Day two for Brian New was a big day. It looked like he was going to have a real big day. He caught one almost 6 pounds early, I'd say mid-morning, and boy, it looked like he was going to be on fire and maybe even lead the event. Did not have any luck the rest of the day, but today got off to a much, much better start. Started off throwing a buzz bait. We hadn't seen him do that, and he caught 2 this morning. Then went on a dry spell for a while. Picked up a spinning rod, and he caught several real nice keepers there in a row. You see this next one here, he caught about a 3.5 pounder. Very, very happy, you can tell, to have that fish in the boat. They come come kind of hard, few and far between, but he's done very good. Moved up the leaderboard.
Absolutely. Best limit of the day at 15.5 pounds. Over to Will Davis, the local favorite, the local hero, trying to get it done here on the final day.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's been a little bit of a jinx this morning. Will Davis started off faster than he has the last few mornings. Put a couple nice largemouth in the boat, swim jig, but then it slowed down for him and he went up behind the Logan Martin Dam, did what we've seen him do quite a bit this week. After early morning, he'd go up there, been able to put several fish in the boat, bigger spotted bass that have helped him late in the day. Still has time to fish, and not a big gap between him and Brandon Paulnick right now.
No, that last one he caught came in at 3.5 pounds, and now has got him listed unofficially as 2 pounds and 4 ounces back.
This one right here.
Of our leader, Brandon Paulnick.
Yep,
yeah, there's that one.
Yep, caught those fish on a shaky fish. This one here looked like on a floating jerk bait, a long A kind of bait it looks like. Unfortunately, he caught himself.
Caught about a 185-pounder and a 3.5 pounder there, so he's even closer, just like Jason Christie, Tommy.
Multitasking, and Jason Christie starting the day just a short distance back of our leader, Brandon Paulnick, within 2.5 pounds of him. But during the course of the day, course of the morning, Brandon Paulnick extended that lead on him.
He did, but Jason Christie is one that you could never take your eye off of. He had a slow start, didn't get fish in the boat for several hours, and then he caught several, and you think, wow, he catch one big fish, he'll be right back like he was yesterday. Could be one of the bigger strings of the tournament. Yesterday had a 9-pound, 4-ounce fish to anchor his biggest stringer of the tournament, 23 pounds. Jason Christie did finally pick up a spinning rod and just put some fish in the boat, hoping that he would maybe get a big bite a little later on a frog, and here is the big bite that Jason Christie needed.
Dang it! She had it choked. She had it choked.
We'll have to replay that one again to get the full entirety of the context of that game changer that he just lost a few minutes ago.
That would have changed the complexion of the whole tournament right there and put him in the lead.
Absolutely.
But Brandon Paulnick, man, trying to hang on wire to wire here. You just can't think of any wrong decisions he's made, anything shaky that's gone on in that boat during 4 days.
Exactly right, Tommy. And we haven't seen Brandon Paulnick losing fish and hitting the water in frustration like, unfortunately, Jason Christie did there. Brandon Paulnick, like you said, have been making all the right choices. Been very fortunate, been able to put, I think we've seen him lose like one fish in 3 days on camera, and it wasn't even a fish that would help him. So he's been very fortunate to be able to capitalize on every bite. He's also been very, very good at adjusting to the changing conditions, the water level going up and down in the back of the creek here. A lot of people would leave the back of a creek with a little falling water situation. Brandon Paulnick was about to. He's kind of on his way out, and he noticed on his 360, hey, there's a few brim beds around that stump, and man, he caught 2 or 3 nice ones that afternoon that have really helped him keep this lead throughout the tournament.
Well, he's just trying to run the clock out on the rest of our anglers here as it stands right now and pick up his 6th Bassmaster Elite Series victory. Let's get back out to Jason Christie. What a heartbreaking big one coming off there just not that long ago.
And that was, at that point, he had 4 fish. That would have been his 5th. He has since caught a 2-pounder to fill his limit, so he's still back, but.
The silence is deafening. You can tell he's still thinking about that big one that he lost a few minutes ago.
He knew that would have been a big, big step for him, for sure. Get out to Patrick Walters, hooked up.
Calm down.
Patrick Walters actually a pretty decent day today.
He has. He's another angler who's been able to catch some of his best fish in the last few hours of the tournament day.
There's like 4 of them that size. You just gotta make them react though. That's a fat one, isn't it? Oh yeah.
One of the best at what he does, and he has used that this week for sure, Tommy.
Absolutely. Had a good solid day today. Should put him over 11 pounds. So good fish catching, steady fish catching for Patrick Walters here. Welcome back into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. And Davey, we had some drama yesterday. We didn't get to see it on camera. Well, Jason Christie catching the biggest fish of the year on the Bassmaster Elite Series 9.4. But we have had a little more drama in the past hour. So that 7-pound estimated loss by Jason Christie is just jaw-dropping.
Yeah, to catch the biggest fish of the tournament so far, and I think that'll hold a 9-pounder by Jason Christie, 9 pound 4 ounces to be exact, was incredible. But he had what looks like the second biggest fish of the tournament, literally within 2 or 3 feet of his hand, right at the side of his boat, and looked like he broke that fish off. He'll never forget about that fish unless he's able to get another one to bite. I wouldn't count against him.
For sure, and when you think about it, Lake Murray, final hour of that event, we had 5 guys with a legitimate shot of winning that Elite Series event within the last hour. We almost have the same thing here today. Brian New making a big run. He's 6 pounds back, probably not in the realm of possibility at this point. Jason Christie, Will Davis, Brandon Paulnick, all have had their time to shine. And this afternoon, we knew with how their morning went, Davis and Christie were going to have to come through with the catches to see Davis land one, see Christie lose one. That's a brutal way to end it. But the drama, we got what we wanted at Lay Lake.
Absolutely. It may not be done yet. May not be done yet. There we go.
Yeah, with Jason Christie involved, I wouldn't count against him to have a chance to catch another big one like that. How about we know that music, and this has got to be the Power Pole replay of the day for this afternoon. Will Davis needing a bite. He's had a real slow day, and this is the exact one that he needed. Fish for this fish, throwing a couple different baits up there, got him to bite this one. We've seen him use single hook lures all day until now, and ooh. He's got 2 at one time. Unfortunately, one of them's him. And that helps you be the Power Pole replay of the day, unfortunately, Will Davis.
Like we said, though, about 5.5, 5 3/4 pounds back on Bass Track. This is a 3.5 pounder, filled his limit. Like Such mentioned earlier, still just an 11 ouncer in his bag that he can call out.
Everything.
Got enough time to do so. And Mr. Jake Latundris hooked him up with a hook removal out of his hand. He's back to work. But like we said, Tommy, on the opposite end of the spectrum, those crucial bites don't always make it in the boat. We saw that from Jason Christie as well.
How about that? Oh my gosh.
He got a free hand.
Yeah, Will Davis with that catch doesn't need a monster now. Just a good solid fish to replace that 11 ouncer he has in his live well.
Have another look at this one right here. It's painful. It is painful to watch.
Subtlest of bites.
Jason Christie grunting. He knows this is the one.
Get it through the pad stems. It gets hung up here for just a moment. But I feel like he did everything right here, Davey.
Yep.
The braid, the setup he got it out. Broke his line right at the boat.
Dang it.
She had it choked. She had it choked. Problem was she was skin hooked.
No, it did not break his line. Did not break his line.
It did?
I thought I saw it fly out, but then I saw it for sure.
So that's why I was confusing. He said it was choked, but it was just must have got the top of the mouth just barely.
Oftentimes on a big fish like that, you don't penetrate because it's so hard, the thick bone there, you just get a skin hook.
And you pull, and it just comes loose at the wrong time.
He may have actually gotten his hands on that fish. That was such a close thing. So very close. And man, there was pain at the end of both of those fish catches, and the greater enduring pain felt by Jason Christie at losing that game changer right there. We do have a little bit more in our presentation yet to come, so don't go away.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Effectively into our last hour of fishing. Championship Sunday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake. We got a Brandon Paulnick trying to win this thing wire to wire. He is hanging on, but not by any sort of large margin at this time. 2 pounds, 4 ounces. It's estimated ahead of Will Davis. First time ever for the Elite Series to come here, and let's go a little deeper into what we have seen this week with our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. We'll take a look at 5 anglers who have excelled here and have excelled pretty much off and on all season long for the past couple of years. And we'll start it out with Brandon Cobb. Brandon Cobb, our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader by a good margin here in 2023.
We were wondering, Davey, when Brandon Cobb would struggle this season. He's put it together so good the first 4 events, plus the classic of the season. But like you said on day 1 of this event, when we saw him start to thrive, this is the kind of tournament Brandon Cobb can survive in. Not the heaviest weight event, some sight fishing going on, some shad spawn. It kind of seemed in his element again, another top 10 for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon Cobb excels in these type tournaments. Well, he excels in every tournament in 2023, but this really does fit his style. To be younger, he has kind of got the old school mentality. I don't really necessarily like to fish with my electronics so much, although he can do that in the wintertime around home. He does it a lot, but this time of year, he said, I just really enjoy putting my trolling motor down, getting close to the bank, looking for fish on the bed like this one right here. What a great shot that was.
Great.
Brandon Cobb using a wacky worm a lot, but he's some other things, a shaky head here, this fish on the bed. We saw him catch some fish on a buzzbait. He does a variety of things, but Brandon Cobb has definitely got it on fire this year.
And let's look at Brian New. Brian New having a very uncharacteristically frustrating season and really needed this tournament to turn things around in his mind, if no place else.
Yeah, and sometimes, Tommy, when you leave the dock in 10th place on the final day, over 10 pounds back, you're either like the nail that's about to get hammered the rest of the way in the board, or you're the one that kind of rises above and pulls something out of your hat and really gains a lot of dollars in your bank account and a lot of points on the board. He has done that, putting his name in contention. If those guys slipped today and didn't get a limit, Davey, Brian New would have been right there waiting on him.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Brian New has to be thinking about glad to turn this season around, but boy, day 2 here on Lay Lake, what a difference it could have been if he'd have just put a couple keepers in the boat. He might be holding another blue trophy over his head this afternoon. But he's definitely made some points and some dollars today, catching these fish, starting out with a buzz bait and then picking up the spinning rod and catching those other keepers.
Biggest, at one point, the biggest limit of the day for Brian New. And here's the local hero, Will Davis.
Never lower than 7th in this event, Tommy. After day 1, he was 7th, just out of camera coverage. We got to watch him, though, all day long. Teach us a little bit about Lay Lake. He kept a lot of things open to options this week. He did some shad spawn, did some sight fishing, went to the current. Now we've seen him kind of change a little bit on this final day, trying some stuff to maybe catch a big bag, Davey, but he negated back to what he knows, and he has marched his way up that leaderboard, still staying in the hunt.
Yeah, oftentimes so much local knowledge can burn you, but it definitely did not do that for Will Davis Jr. here this week. Like you said, never below 7th place. Seen him do a lot of different things, including this afternoon. We expected to see him stay up behind the Logan Martin Dam all afternoon. He caught this fish. Unfortunately, he caught himself. Handled it real well, kept his composure, and now he's really within about one more of those fish to maybe take the lead from Brandon Paulnick.
For $100 grand, I'll take a hook in the hand, Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think most of them would.
Good
Jason
trade.
Christie, actually, it was yesterday when he changed the complexion of this tournament, bringing in the biggest fish of the season for the Elite Series, 9 pounds and 4 ounces, rocketing him up right behind Brandon Paulnick to start this day, just a couple of pounds and change back.
Yeah, and Jason Christie got everyone's attention, including Brandon Paulnick, even though he had a pretty solid lead ahead of Jason Christie going into today. But if you know Jason Christie, not only did he have the biggest bag of the tournament, the biggest fish of the tournament, but he's also one of the most feared person on Championship Sunday that's ever fished the Bassmaster Elite Series tournaments. Got off to a slow start this morning. No fish in the live well for the first few hours. Finally picked up a spinning rod, throwing a wacky worm like he caught the big fish yesterday, but he said it's just been too slow doing that. Picked the frog back up, and this happened.
On day 3 of this event, he gets that one in the boat and makes a big difference. Today, he lost it, and he's still just a fish short, it seems, of Brandon Paulnick, our day 1, 2, and 3 leader, Tommy.
Trying to win this one wire to wire. He has done it before on the Bassmaster Elite Series a couple of times.
Brandon Paulnick talks a lot about when it's your time, it's your time. I don't know if everyone believes that because some people, it hasn't ever been their time on the Bassmaster Elite Series Tournament Trail to win, so they think, well, that can't quite be fair. But Brandon Paulnick has fished like that this week. He stayed real close to takeoff, right there in a very, very popular creek, Beeswax Creek, and he's just fished everything in front of him. He's adjusted to the water levels, caught a lot of his fish on the drop shot worm, blue glimmer, green pumpkin type worm. Caught a few other fish sight fishing, especially on day one, caught the bigger fish sight fishing, but he's just done a good job of fishing everything in the area, taking advantage of the conditions instead of complaining about the conditions. He's just adjusted to them.
Well, we thought about this starting the final day championship Sunday as a three-man race, and those three men have done a remarkable job for 4 days and especially on championship Sunday. And that is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Let me just say this. Will Davis has an 11-ounce fish. He's caught several of his bigger bass in the last couple of hours. He's moved down from the dam. He's fishing near Bella Vista. And in English, that means late winning fish, I believe.
Oh, gosh. I thought you were going to give us a real definition.
Where did you finish in English, Clay?
Good one, Suit. You had us going there.
These shade lines, you know, at this point in the year, Davey, when you get shad spawn or you get those popar fish we see always in those calm creeks, that shade line can be such a huge, huge help to loosening up some fish, and maybe Will Davis will have something in hand there.
Catfish.
Is this Brandon Paulnick out on the main river?
He chooses the last 12 minutes of the tournament
to go catfishing?
They do have another hour to fish, though, Tommy.
Always has a way of surprising us, Brandon Paulnick. Boy, but it's no surprise to see him doing this well yet again during his fantastic career as a Bassmaster Elite Series angler. Well, it's all going to come down to the weigh-in, of course. That begins at 4 o'clock Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. That is 3 o'clock local time, Central Time. What a terrific, terrific week it has been here at Lay Lake. The Bassmaster Elite Series for the first time at Lay Lake, and it did not disappoint us this time around. Thank you so much for being with us all day long for our live coverage of this great Whataburger event.